Well, good morning, everybody. It's now 10 o'clock, so it's time to start this morning's hearing sessions into the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. These are the reconvened Stage 2 hearing sessions. Can I just check, can everybody hear me okay? I think in this size of room you can probably see me okay as well. That's good. Just to remind everybody, I appreciate it's been a while since the Stage 1 hearing sessions, but I'm still David Spencer and I'm still a planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to conduct the independent examination of the South Tyneside local plan. This is a plan published by the Council for representations in early 2024. And was subject to Secretary of State intervention before being submitted for examination on the 11th of March 2025. Can I please ask that people ensure that mobile phones are switched off, please, or on their silent settings? Can I just briefly check at this stage with the Council, as we did for Stage 1, just on general housekeeping matters, fire alarms, things like that, please?
Good morning, everyone. We're not expecting any fire alarms today, so if an alarm does sound, please make your way to the nearest fire exit, which is just at the far side of the room, and then to the far side of the hotel car park. The nearest toilets are in the corridor just outside of this room. And please note that there's cables taped to the floor, so be careful as you're moving around the room not to trip on those. And if you have a car in the hotel car park, please ensure that you have registered your registration number at the devices at the hotel reception.
Thank you for that. Can I check, is there anybody here from the press today? Thank you. Can you just briefly identify yourself for my notes, please? Thank you for that. Now, these sessions are being recorded for those who can't attend or wish to observe from elsewhere. As with the Stage 1 hearings, those recordings will be uploaded so people can enjoy them at a later date. At the start of each session over the next 2 weeks, I will be asking people to introduce themselves at the start of each session. I'll ask people at that point whether they want to make their own further separate recordings of these events. We'll come on shortly to sort of introductions for matter 6, which is our principal matter this morning. Before I do that, I'm just going to do a brief sort of introduction and hopefully a reminder as to where I think we are with the plan examination, given the sort of the intervening period. As I set out a moment ago, just to remind everybody, I am an independent examiner, a chartered town planner. I work for the Planning Inspectorate, and although, as I mentioned a moment ago, through legislation, I'm appointed by the Secretary of State, I will be arriving at my own professional independent recommendations, which will be set out in a report to the Borough Council. I alone will be responsible for the contents of the report, including any recommended main modifications. Those are the changes which I feel will be necessary for plan soundness. I'm supported in my role through this examination by Annette Feeney, who's over to my left, who I think most people have now met and spoken with. If you need any documents or have any questions, matters relating to the examination, please speak to Annette. Annette is based here in the venue whilst we're sitting. Otherwise, her details are on the examination website. Now, these Stage 2 hearings were due to reconvene in the second half of November last year. As previously been set out, there have been genuine reasons for moving these dates, and I hope that nobody has been significantly inconvenienced by the rescheduling. I'm appreciative that there has been generally positive feedback that we're sitting again in person now in January. And I'm grateful to the Council that they've been able to quickly reorganise and get us back into this venue for these hearings to take place this week and into next. In terms of the timetable, we've got a fairly intensive programme this week. That does include a rescheduling of matter 11 on transport and infrastructure, or general policies around transport and infrastructure, which was due to take place Wednesday next week. That's now taking place on Friday morning this week. I'm probably getting a little bit paranoid about this, but it is at 9:30 on Friday, and not previously advertised at 10 o'clock. So if you were thinking you were coming for matter 11 for transport and infrastructure, it will be Friday morning this week in this room. Now, as per the stage 1 hearing sessions, these hearings are intended to be structured, respectful discussions. I want to hear from the council and others, even where people will undoubtedly disagree with one another. I thought everybody was very helpful at the stage 1 hearing sessions, and I'm hopeful that we can proceed in a similar manner for stage 2. As I set out previously, I've got everybody's statements in response to my matters, issues and questions. I've got the original representations that were made on the plan back in early 2024. It's not necessary for those statements or material to be read out verbatim to me. What I really want to get from these hearings is from those who particularly feel that the plan is not sound, why that is the case and what needs to be changed. It is also for the council to explain to me why they think they've prepared a sound plan and why the policy should be considered justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared. As per the stage 2 sessions, if through the discussion with the council and others a potential modification is identified, and I appreciate the council has already highlighted some through statements of common ground and through their hearing statements, I'd like to make a note of that, and I'll be looking for the council to do likewise, and then at the end of the hearing sessions we'll coordinate through the programme officer what a sort of a running schedule of potential proposed main modifications will look like from both stage 1 and from these stage 2 sessions. I think as we move forward, I'm looking more now through at potential main modifications rather than further action points. I appreciate there was work and things that were identified as stage 1. I've now got a lot of material in front of me. I'm moving on more to if there's a modification, what does it potentially look like, rather than asking for more work and more documentation to be prepared. The hearing sessions for everybody, obviously this week and next week, will start at varying times, so please check the timetable. The afternoon sessions will start at 2 o'clock. Again, similar to stage 1, I'm keen not to sit beyond 5 o'clock. Where possible, I'm sure everybody will hopefully feel similar. But if for whatever reason we have a particular session we need to go slightly beyond that, I'm hoping that that can be accommodated to conclude the discussion. There will be mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, as there were in the stage 1 session. In terms of the format and opportunities to speak for each session, we're going to follow the agenda that's been published now for some time for each hearing session. I'll generally start with some questions for the council, and then I'll seek to draw others in. And if you wish to make a particular point related to your representations, as before, the convention is to upend your nameplate, and that will signal to me to bring you in at a particular point of the discussion. And as I said at the stage 1 sessions, I invite people to just remember that whatever you've provided through your written representations and statements will carry equal weight to what I hear in the room this week and next. That concludes my initial announcements just on the process and the format for these stage 2 hearings. Are there any initial questions or matters of clarification about how these stage 2 hearings will work? I think looking around the table, most people participated at stage 1, so you're all old hands at this. You'll know what to do. Okay. Before we get into matter 6, I'll invite people around the table to introduce themselves. I'm just going to very briefly go over some headline, procedural, kind of housekeeping matters. They're principally more for the council, but they may be of interest for other people around the table. I think there's just a few things I just wanted to bring to the examination's attention. Obviously, very little stands still in the world of planning for very long. There have been changes. People will have seen that there's been a new draft National Planning Policy Framework document published just before Christmas. Just to remind everybody, for the purpose of this examination, I am working to the September 2023 version of the National Planning Policy Framework in terms of tests of soundness for consistency with national planning policy. Undoubtedly, the Council and others have seen there's been a steady flow of correspondence between the Minister and the Planning Inspectorate, principally around local plan examinations and government expectations for that service. Behind all of that is obviously the it is going to have the new system for local plans is coming along very shortly. And we anticipate regulations will be due any time now. I mean, they may well be published while we're sitting over the next couple of weeks. Whilst obviously a new system is coming, we've still clearly got to progress plans under the previous system. But I'm sure it's not lost on the Council that there'll be an expectation to quickly move to the new system, and I expect we'll come on to that as part of monitoring and implementation next week and our sort of one of our final sessions. Allied to this, people have seen that the legal duty to cooperate is no longer being enforced. I had advised previously in my post-hearings letter from stage 1 that I felt that the duty had been met in any event. So I'm not seeking any further correspondence or submissions from anybody on the duty to cooperate, but in terms of a final report, it will probably be addressed as more a matter of soundness rather than legal compliance. And just bringing some of this all together, in particular, and it is in the. I have asked for it to be put into the examination library, so it is available as a post-submission document. In particular, is the letter of the 9th of October from the Chief from the Minister to the Chief Executive of the Inspectorate. A clear message to efficiently progress examinations where they meet the kind of quality thresholds, and there's a plan that's capable of being put in place. So if I come away from this week and next week feeling that there is a sound plan subject to modifications, I think just we'll pick this up again with the Council next week, but I'm very keen that we move forward at pace to move the examination forward to its conclusion, including modifications. So that's my clear goal and ambition. Just very briefly, finally, you'll be pleased to hear before I allow others to speak. By and large, the Matter 2 statements came in on time in October. There has been some additional evidence. I've tried in a note that was published on the 29th of October, if people have seen it, to kind of just capture what the Council had done in terms of responding to various action points, and hopefully where people can see where that was addressed through the Council's additional work. Where relevant, I'll try and pick that up and come back to it at each session, and I've tried to highlight that through the agendas. But I would just like to bring to the examination's attention, because I will be referring to them at various points. Since the Matter 2 statements were published, the Council has also submitted a topic paper on strategic playing field mitigation, which hopefully people have seen. There's a helpful topic paper on the housing trajectory, which we'll certainly come back to various points, not least Thursday afternoon this week. And the Council has also updated its strategic housing land availability assessment to a 2025 base date. The other evidence I just wish people to have a note of that I have accepted into the examination recently. I have a legal opinion submitted on behalf of a Mr. Robert Latimer on the 15th of December, Unless I'm advised otherwise, I probably will be looking to the council to comment on that for tomorrow afternoon's session when we come to water quality. And similarly, I've also accepted into the examination the recent Office for Environmental Protection reports into the investigations into Ofwat, the Environment Agency, and DEFRA. Particular focus on the December reports, which are described as the final concluding reports. I'll be interested to hear from people around the table what bearing, if any, they have on the matters that we have under discussion. So that concludes everything that I wanted to just get off my chest first thing this morning. Apologies, that's taken slightly longer than a normal introduction. Before I get into the matter 6 discussion, is there anything further from the council in terms of general housekeeping or anything else that I need to be made aware of? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So we'll move on now, please, to matter 6. Hopefully everybody's here this morning. We're here to discuss these are proposed allocations for housing and the regeneration areas within the main urban area. So these are not greenbelt alteration sites as presented in the plan. I'm going to be looking at policies SP4 and SP5 this morning, dealing with the main sites within the urban area and the Brinkburn site. We'll then this afternoon be picking up SP6, which is Shooter Reed, the regeneration sites, and then I'm going to be returning to a couple of sites that we discussed as part of the stage 1 in light of the additional material and evidence that's been provided. So in terms of the recording of this session, and for those who want to follow it later, and for my benefit, it's probably helpful if we have an introduction of who's here and representing various people who want to be heard. If I can start with the council, and is it Mr. Shadaravian to introduce your team, please, first?
Is it working now? Thank you very much. My name is Paul Shadaravian, King's Counsel, acting for the council.
I'm Deborah Lamb. I'm the Operations Manager for the Spatial Planning Team at South Tyneside Council.
Rachel Cooper, one of the Senior Plan and Policy Officers at South Tyneside Council.
Jeff Horseman, I'm Team Manager, Development Management for South Tyneside Council.
Neil Westwick, representing Avant Homes.
Dominic Walsh, representing Bellway Homes.
Neil Morton from Savills, representing Laverick Hall Farm Limited.
Morning. Kevin Ayrton from LG Planning, representing Story Homes Limited.
I'm Dave Herbert, Councillor in South Tyneside for the Green Party.
Thank you, everybody, for that. So obviously we've got a reasonable amount to get through for this morning's session. Just a gentle reminder for people, obviously I can only hear from you where it relates to your original representations made back in January, March 2024. Obviously, as I say, I've got various statements that people have provided in follow-up to my matters, issues and questions on this particular topic. So we'll start with matter 6, and it's issue 1, the housing allocations within the main urban area. This session obviously looking at a number of proposed housing allocations. I think there are 25 sites through policy SP4. Generally, there's been very little comment or soundness concern around a number of these sites within the policy. But I think a theme that's probably going to arise from this week's discussion, culminating on Thursday afternoon, is just generally what overall housing delivery is going to look like, and ultimately what the kind of the trajectory will look like. So I'm particularly keen to understand around how these sites are likely to deliver, or when they're likely to be developed out. As I mentioned at the stage 1 hearings, I'm not really here to look at or examine what's not in the plan, so what I'd commonly refer to as omission sites. But I appreciate this morning's session will provide an opportunity for those who feel that the plan potentially could be more positively prepared. In terms of looking at the various sites that are in policy SP4, where there are no soundness representations or no particular issues have been identified, I've got no questions on those, and I'm taking those as read as being sound, so I'm just focusing on those where people have raised particular issues. Once we've looked at the SP4 sites, we'll then move on, as I say, to SP5 and SP6, which are the Brinkburn and Shooter Eade sites respectively. I think as part of that discussion, we'll then come on to the issue around sports pitch mitigation and what the Council's presented in terms of the recent topic paper as well. So what I'd like to start with, I think, turn to the Council in the first instance, and I think turns to my matters issues questions 6.1, and it's the first item on the agenda under item 2A. Is obviously the plan was consulted on a while ago, submitted nearly a year ago. Things change, and what I wanted to understand whether there's been kind of any sort of factual updates, particularly on the proposed allocations within SP4 that perhaps potentially need to be taken account of as part of the examination process.
So between January 2024, when the plan was consulted on, and the end of March 2025, which is the sort of end of the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment period, 6 of the proposed allocations were granted planning permission, and they're detailed in the Council's response to question 6.1. Since then, so since the end of March 2025, an additional 4 sites that were proposed allocations have been granted planning permission. So 2 of those are detailed under our response to question 6.1, but 2 of those have had permission since then. So that's 124 apartments at the SP6 allocation and 7 dwellings at H19 land at Trent Drive.
Thank you for that. And in terms of what's coming forward and sort of performance against policy SP4, I mean, what can be concluded from the kind of what's being consented? I mean, is it generally that sites are going to be delivering what policy SP4 envisaged? Is it higher, lower, or really what the council anticipated?
Sorry. For the most part, it's a very similar capacity. There is a table under our response to question 6.1, and that kind of compares the estimated capacity against the consented capacity, and it's largely very similar. There's quite a difference between the estimated capacity at the South Tyneside College site and the consented capacity. Essentially a larger site area was consented than was originally a proposed allocation in the plan, but aside from that, very similar capacities.
Thank you. And in terms of if the council can recall, at the stage 1 sessions, I heard, particularly when we were looking at, I think it was matter 2 and to some extent matter 3, there was concern from the development sector that the indicative capacity of proposed allocations in the plan, including policy SP4, could be overestimated. I think it was put to me there'd be a need for kind of on-site open space, biodiversity net gain. The council's got kind of optional standards that it wants to introduce for housing, and therefore potentially the plan is going to be sort of overestimating what's coming forward. What does the evidence in Table 1 indicate? And I'll come to others as to whether that's going to be a reliable trend.
Yeah, so as we discussed at Stage 1, the sort of standard methodology for estimating site capacity was used as a baseline, a sort of starting point for estimating capacities, and then we sort of looked into each site in more detail. If there was sort of information from developers, plan and application information, then that was fed into those estimated capacities. And I think that's reflected in Table 1, where you can see the eventual sort of consented capacities are similar to those that we've put into the plan. And so, yeah, I think that just shows that the council have sort of been fairly accurate in those estimations.
Thank you. If I can bring in others, because I know this was a concern from the development industry. They might have views in terms of what's now being put to me in terms of the council's evidence on whether from the sample size we've got so far, whether that's a representative and kind of reliable kind of way forward, or whether there's other things I need to bear in mind. So Mr. Westwick first, and then Mr. Ayrton. Mr. Westwick.
Thank you, sir. Mine's more of a factual point. I think Mr. Ayrton's representation picks that point in more detail. As you say, things move on, sir. And one thing that has moved on is the Van Homes are no longer bringing forward the South Tyneside College site, and Miller Homes are bringing it forward now, and there's a new application submitted for 100 and around about 200 units. So the recent consent for 260 houses will no longer be brought forward by Van Homes. However, the site is progressing, and Miller Homes have submitted a revised application.
Thank you. Mr. Ayrton, I will come back to site H7, but just on the sort of general methodology and approach. Mr. Ayrton, please.
Thank you, sir. Just on the specific point about sites which have been granted permission, the SP4 sites to date, from what I could see based on the previous slides from 2023, 2024, 2025, the council had the benefit of knowing planning applications were already pending. So it's no surprise that the planning permissions align with the capacities, because the applications are already pending or perhaps would have been in. So I don't think that's a good sample to predict deliverability on many of the other sites where planning applications are in place and they're not comparable sites. They've got more constraints from what I can see. So I don't think the record today is a good indicator of deliverability on the remaining SP4 sites. Just looking at a quick review of some of the sites that do have planning permission, and I think the planning application reference numbers start with 2.2 or 2.3, so they're in pre-BNG, mandatory, and again the council would have known the capacity, so that's why the table in SP4 is so accurate, because there were none.
Thank you. So I think I'm hearing from the development industry again. I think some residual concerns about kind of moving forward. I'm sort of mindful of the sites. About a quarter of the sites in SP4 have now got planning permission or are making good progress through the planning system. I'll give the council the opportunity to respond to what was raised by Mr. Ayrton. I appreciate the council did do additional work following the stage 1 hearings when I asked to look again at kind of particular capacity issue, and I think the council looked at a small sample of sites in terms of providing some assurance that, notwithstanding various kind of policy requirements that are coming, mindful they are indicative capacities in policy SP4, but nonetheless they should be considered reasonably robust for the purpose of plan making. don't know if the council wants to add anything further in relation to what I've just heard.
Nothing too much further to what you've just picked up on there in terms of our response to AP7, which I know looked at a relatively small sample of sites, but it was just sort of to give that feel for the type of sites that we're looking at in the main urban area and the fact that they are generally sites with a lower BNG requirement and that those indicative capacities can accommodate additional requirements on the sites.
Thank you. I note the point, Mr. Wright, and I'll reflect on things further. Just in relation to policy site H7, the South Tyneside college site. Obviously, that's in policy SP4 indicatively for around about 160 units. As the council set out in its statement, planning permission has been granted for a 260 dwelling scheme, and does that include, I might be looking at Mr. Horseman, signing off of section 106? I mean, that's always, it's still pending.
No, when the planning permission was granted 30th of June last year, yeah, there is a signed section 106 agreement that runs alongside that planning permission that was completed prior to the granting of planning permission.
So sit here now, there's obviously an implementable planning consent on that site. Just heard from Mr. Westwick that things are not necessarily standing still. Is there a basis or evidence at this stage for a modification to policy H7, given that the council has found that it is acceptable that it could accommodate a higher capacity?
Yeah, I think we picked that up in our hearing statement that the council would support a modification to sort of reflect that additional capacity at that site.
Okay. I mean, obviously, what's happening now in terms of is still subject to the due planning process. Would you accept, Mr. Westwick, there's currently an extant planning permission on that site that has been adjudged by the local planning authority for its reasons that that site could deliver sustainably a higher quantum?
Yes, sir, there certainly is. I think the revised scheme coming with Miller Homes, which we're not acting on behalf of, is for a lower number. But yes, there is an extant plan permission for 260 houses.
Okay. And just sort of a general point to the room. I mean, if I was perhaps thinking along similar lines to Mr. Ayrton and thinking, well, maybe there is some potential kind of capacity issues going forward, would that be offset by site H7 if I felt, maybe some of these sites going forward in a policy SP4 might not deliver indicatively as shown in that policy, but as has been demonstrated on site H7 in one site, an additional 100 dwellings, shouldn't necessarily be concerned. Mr. Shadow-Reeving.
I think that's absolutely right. The fact that permission has been granted is a question of unassailable fact, and the figure, the number of dwellings, the subject of that permission, is something which is material and important in the context of this particular policy and the overall number, and that needs to be reflected in the trajectory as well. The question is whether one goes for that number or having regard to the fact that another application might come in for a lesser number. We need to understand why that lesser number is being proposed. But nonetheless, apart from that, this table should be updated, and the trajectory also should accommodate a higher number than is proposed. If one is therefore extrapolating and saying, well, if there is any doubt about this, this site alone has produced a surplus which might make up any difference occasioned by constraints on sites in order to deliver BNG or any other issues that might arise which affect capacity. Yes. Do you want to say anything about the permission?
Yes, it's just a quick update, sir, on the new planning application that was mentioned by Mr. Westwick. We received, this is for site H7, we received a planning application last week on the 6th of January from Miller Homes. That is a Section 73 application that seeks to vary the permission that was granted end of June last year. The permission end of June last year was for up to sort of 260 sort of dwellings. So as I say, the application we've received Tuesday of last week is a Section 73 application, and it's for a revised scheme of 198 sort of dwellings on the sort of site. The application has been checked; it is valid. So the application is valid. We're just in the process at the moment of sort of getting all of the paperwork sort of collated and sort of loaded onto our system and consultation letters sent out and what have you, but it is a valid application.
Thank you. Mr. Ayrton.
Thank you, sir. Just pick up on your question about does it matter? Will they be picked up elsewhere? I guess it's more for a point for Thursday, but the trajectory has been updated and it already shows a fall in housing delivery and supply, factoring in that increased housing delivery on that site. So I think it is important. And I think whilst more has been delivered on that site, because it's a bigger site, the size, I think probably 4 hectares increased than what's in the table. So I think it's important.
So I don't know if it's of any assistance, but I've just asked about the differences between the schemes. Obviously, in granting planning permission for the first scheme, that number of houses was found to be acceptable. The reasons, I understand that the reasons why a lower number is now applied for is to reflect the fact that the houses are larger. So the capacity is the same, but the qualitative element, i.e. the types of housing being proposed, has been altered in this new application. So you need to be mindful of that. Therefore, and having regard to that, should planning permission be granted for the lower number, then in advance of the modifications process getting to a mature stage, then it might be appropriate to put a range in there, because one doesn't know which of the permissions might be implemented.
Thank you. Just in terms of just thinking through a potential modification if deemed necessary, obviously the capacity has increased because it's been, as I say, judged acceptable to kind of enlarge the site to include, I think, an area that was previously or has been shown on the submitted policies map as open space, subject to mitigation, which we'll come on to in terms of more widely plain pitch mitigation. Does that indicate that there needs to be a change to the policies map to identify a wider site H7? Irrespective of what ultimately the capacity shakes out? I think the council's indicating something along those lines. I'll make a note of that. I think in terms of the capacity, I think slightly nervous about a range when everything else is indicative.
Or one could do it as up to.
Which is the approved 260.
Which is the approved 260. But in terms of your consideration of the trajectory, it's clearly obvious that you need to have regard to the fact that it might come in at a lower number.
Indeed. But trajectories are just, they are largely an estimate, a best kind of estimate of when things are likely to come forward.
Absolutely. And having said that, having regard to it and making it clear you've had regard to the evidence before you in terms of an application for a lower number, you would still be entitled actually to take the higher number as your baseline for that site.
Okay. I'm going to sort of sum up at the end in terms of potential modifications, but I'm making a note now for policy sites. Site H7, indicative capacity of 260, and a note to self that there would probably need to be a corresponding change to the policies map to reflect what's occurred on that site. Just very briefly, and I don't want to get too much into the planning history of that, but the council will have seen as well as I have that there is a statement in front of me as part of the Matter 2 process, so the Stage 2 process on Matter 6, from a Jean Eckert, is that how you pronounce it? Eckert? She's not exercised the right to be heard, but nonetheless I've got the statement in front of me. Just in very headline terms, the issue I think she raises is around what's been secured or not secured in terms of mitigation. We'll talk about what has now got planning permission, the 260 site. And my understanding was that through this particular scheme, the mitigation secured will be at is it called the Epinay School site, and also is it the Westow Harton crickets, is that right, the cricket or sports site? I think she's putting to me that what you think has been secured hasn't been secured. I think is how I'd summarise her representation. I don't, Mr. Horseman, whether you can just assist me on that particular point.
Yes, sir. So in terms of the plain mitigation, as you say, the mitigation is to be provided on 2 sites, both of which are elsewhere within sort of South Shields. One of those sites is the Harton and Westow Miners Welfare sort of site, which is to the southwest of the existing college campus sort of site. That mitigation site is already an existing sort of sports ground that is managed by South Shields Football Club, quite a long-established football club in the sort of town, and the mitigation to be provided on that site is secured through the Section 106 agreement and essentially includes the provision of a new 3G sort of football pitch and a new 9x9 grass sort of football sort of pitch. So that's the first site that provides mitigation. The second site that provides mitigation is the Epinay School sort of site. That's to the south of the college campus, again within sort of South Shields. It's a site occupied at the moment by a special needs sort of school. The site has extensive sort of playing fields which are not in kind of use at the moment. The again, provision on that site in terms of mitigation comprises the provision of 2 cricket pitches, as well as a rugby sort of pitch, a junior sort of rugby pitch, and there is also provision for a new pavilion building, which will provide changing sort of recreational bar facilities on that site. And the council is working closely with a local sort of sports organisation, Westow sort of cricket and rugby club, who are looking to basically manage the Epinay sort of site. As I say, the site is not used at the moment in terms of the playing pitches, but the council are working with Westow Cricket and Rugby Club, who would take on a lease on that site and run those facilities on a long-term sort of basis. Again, they're an established cricket and rugby club close to where the existing college sort of site is in the Westow area of South Shields, and as I say, working with the council on those matters. So the Section 106 agreement requires South Shields Football Club to provide the Harton and Westow miners' welfare mitigation within sort of a period of 4 years from the commencement of the sort of housing development on the college site. And in terms of the Epinay sort of site, the Section 106 agreement for the housing on the college site, as well as the Section 106 agreement for the new sports facilities at the Harton and Westow minor site. Both of those agreements provide for the college to make financial contributions to the council for the mitigation on the Epinay school site. The council will be delivering the mitigation on that site, as I say, with Westow Rugby and Cricket Club looking to take on the site in terms of management on a day-to-day basis in the longer term. The Section 106 agreements require the council to commit the monies to provide the Epinay facilities within 5 years of the housing development commencing on the college site.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's just on still on factual updates to policy SP4. Checking these notes. In response to my MIQ 6.2, the council now says that 3 sites are now under construction. In those circumstances, would it be necessary to remove those sites from SP4? I mean, they are unlikely to. The principle's been accepted, development is underway. To a large extent, kind of the allocation has gone, and presumably they're accounted for elsewhere within the trajectory on a factual basis.
Yeah, so as we set out in paragraph 6.10, we would support the deallocation of sites that are under development, they're sort of on site and being delivered.
And just to clarify with the council, for those sites that had planning permission at the 1st of April 2025, but had not yet, work has not yet started on those, the council still be of a view that they remain as allocations, so that you've got control, should a revised or amended application come in?
Yeah, that's correct. We would support retaining those sites as allocations.
Thank you. And then in terms of MIQ 6.3, I've asked is there any additional evidence from generically referred to the latest SHLA without the benefit of the 2025 SHLA coming along in terms of whether there's any kind of additional sites or potential within the main urban area. Appreciate we discussed at some length at stage 1 the Roman House site in Jarrow, so I'm not revisiting that discussion. But I think it was more a general point as to whether there's untapped capacity. Appreciate I'm not aware there's been a kind of a further formal call for sites, but I think from reading the SHLA, I think the council does have a policy of if sites are presented, you're going to be considering them. And I guess the question was whether there's anything else that needs to be considered or identified under policy SP4.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the SHLA process kind of welcomes sites at any time, and they would be, when a site's submitted, it would then be considered under the next SHLA iteration. There hasn't been any additional suitable sites identified. So yeah, like we set out in our response, there's only that additional capacity at the college site.
Thank you. Just come and bring others in. I'll start with Councillor Herbert and then Mr Westwick.
Yes, we feel that town centres have areas which could be developed for housing, such as the car parks in South Shields, which are owned by the council, the land's owned by the council, so there shouldn't be any difficulty in bringing them forward for development. And this would align itself with the sustainability policies within the local plan to use brownfield sites and encourage higher density building in those areas. Regenerate South Shields Town Centre and the other town centres possibly. We support the NPPF policy to make the most efficient use of resources and the plan's strategy to prioritise the use of urban areas. Obviously, car parks are a very inefficient use of land to us. We could have a car park still and build above it. And so you're utilising the land twice. Would comply with the NPPF policy to prioritise brownfield use and deliver housing with good levels of services and public transport, therefore reducing the need for car use. The NPPF requires the local authority to show that all reasonable options have been explored before using Greenbelt. We feel this hasn't been done. This includes an uplift in development densities in town centres. The plan would support the increased footfall in the town centre, which is a stated objective of the council, but you'll only get that increased footfall if you actually move people into town centres. Now, this is being done in local authorities throughout the region, notably Newcastle, Gateshead and Sunderland, where they've used a partnership with North East Combined Authority and Homes England to bring forward funding and expertise in bringing projects forward in and around city and town centres. So we feel really South Tyneside hasn't really got into this use of these North East Combined Authority funding and expertise, and it is set aside around about £50 million for brownfield renovation. That could actually bring in Roman Hass as a possibility of being used in future. So we would ask that they really look at the town centres, the land around them, to bring forward some development in those areas that would meet all the requirements within the local plan.
Thank you. Mr Westwick, next please.
It's another factual point. Site I am still acting on. If you may recall, we spoke about the Clean Lane Industrial Estate site, which is subject to an appeal. That appeal is not resolved yet. The site visit's happened. It's due any day now. I was hoping to have done by now, but it hasn't landed yet, the appeal decision. And on that basis, our view is that it should be shown as an allocation rather than commitment in the plan. It is a site which is clearly deliverable for housing for 202 units.
Remind me again, Mr Westwick, this is in the what we would call the main urban area, or it's not within the green belt?
It is. It's within the main urban area. Yeah. It's in a former brownfield site.
Thank you. I'll just come back to the council on those couple of points that have been identified. My recollection from the stage 1 hearings is that a lot of the sites in policy SP4 are borough council sites or areas the council has looked at. It's not uncommon to hear submissions, views that car parks, particularly surface car parks, could be potential sources for development. Is the council just able briefly to advise me on to what kind of extent you've looked at your kind of own land holdings and assets in terms of sites being suitable, available and achievable, and whether any of the sort of sites or areas that Councillor Herbert has sort of generally referred to were looked at and possibly, for whatever reason, ultimately kind of discounted at this moment in time.
Yeah, so we worked comprehensively with our asset management and regeneration teams to identify council-owned sites within the main urban area that could be brought forward. Just as an example, in South Shields Town Centre, there's car park sites allocated, so the sites that were picked up in AP7 are largely car park council-owned sites. So we have looked at those type of sites and we have ultimately allocated some of those sites.
Thank you. The council might not be able to say too much about this. Just sort of question off the top of my head. I mean, in terms of that kind of dialogue, I mean, it's not uncommon that some authorities want to retain car parks as part of a wider, vibrant, healthy kind of town centre. Is that something that has kind of raised itself as part of the plan making process, that some sites or some areas at this stage are just not available? They're not an option for the council to look at this moment in time, bearing in mind there'll be subsequent plan reviews, etc.
Yeah, I think just on the issue of car parking provision within South Shields Town Centre in particular, there is a need to achieve a balance. Yes, as Ms Cooper has said, certain car park sites have been shown as proposed allocations in the plan for housing. But obviously the council is conscious as well of the need to promote wider regeneration within the town centre, and obviously an example of that is the South Tyneside College sort of campus project, which is on site now. I'm sure we'll talk about that later. I understand it's on the agenda later this morning. But again, just with that scheme, for example, it has very limited car parking within the application site. So the expectation was that there will be a demand from staff and students for to use some of the existing car parking facilities within the town centre in connection with that particular development. So that's just an example of that need for balance.
Thank you. And just a general question, and I will come back to the Cleeden Lane site and where that's accounted for. But in terms of just bringing in others, I think this general submissions that are made as part of the plan process about whether the plan is positively prepared, sort of just bearing in mind we're looking at sort of capacity within the main urban areas. The SHLA has at various appendices, I think, sites that have been kind of ruled out or will not meet all the criteria. We looked at the site selection process as part of the stage 1 hearings, but are there any particular views around the table in terms of just within the main urban areas, whether the SHLA has taken a justified and appropriate approach in terms of, obviously, a number of sites have been kind of discounted, including within the main urban area, or whether there's an issue here about the plan could be more positively prepared, whether that's along the lines of what Councillor Herbert is saying or other lines. Mr. Ayrton, please.
I don't think the council can really be criticised for not looking at urban sites. I think they've squeezed every pip in trying to look at available sites to avoid releasing sites beyond the main urban area. In our representation, we think they've overestimated, but I certainly don't think they've avoided looking at sites. And I think if they felt sites were available, from where I can see, they would have included them to increase those numbers to avoid releasing sites beyond those areas. So that's my view on that.
Thank you. Councillor Herbert again.
As regards parking, it's notable that South Shields has no multi-storey car park, whereas most other towns do. You can have a greater capacity for car parking if you'd have a multi-storey car park in the same footprint. So why hasn't this been investigated as well?
Thank you. I mean, obviously multi-storey car parks come with a cost implication. Thank you for that. I'm not going to invite the council to come back on that point unless there's anything further. No. Can I just pick up the point around Cleedon Lane? This was again identified and discussed as part of the stage 1 hearings, and I just want it may come back as part of Thursday afternoon's discussion. So if the council wants to kind of hold fire now and come back later, but just flag it up now because I think it was something I'd also kind of mentally made a note of, Mr. Westwick speaking me to it. But just in terms of how this site is potentially accounted for, as I understand it, it was previously at Regulation 18 within Policy SP4. I think as we sit here now, it doesn't have an extant planning permission, despite a checkered approach to decision on that site. But bottom line is it doesn't have an extant permission. Obviously the appeal process is happening in parallel to where we're sitting today, but nonetheless, unless the council, just to clarify now as a marker for perhaps when we come back to the housing trajectory on Thursday, the council is nonetheless accounting for delivery on this site within the SHLA and the housing trajectory?
Yeah, so that site's currently picked up in as part of the commitments. At the time of sort of writing the plan, the site had a resolution to grant permission, so it was sort of caught up in the commitments because of that. As Mr. Westwick has picked up, sort of for consistency with the approach we've taken to other sites, the council wouldn't have an issue taking that site as a proposed allocation rather than accounting it as part of the commitments.
Thank you. So I'll come back to this and sort of feed it into the Thursday afternoon discussion, because obviously I'm mindful certainly East Bolton Forum are not here at the table this morning, but the thought had crossed my mind similarly as how this site is potentially accounted for. I'm not saying I'm going to definitively recommend a modification that it should be put into policy SP4, but were I to do so, I think I'm getting maybe it's slightly unfair, but I think I'm getting an indication from the council that might be a way forward potentially for this site. Were I to come to my own conclusion, this site seems to be in the SHLA, seems to be something you're accounted for in your trajectory. Is it a large windfall? Really, we shouldn't be having those in a plan-led system. Is it something that could ultimately go back into policy SP4, subject to what potentially comes out of the appeal process? Yeah. Okay. I've made a note. I'll probably come back to it on Thursday afternoon. Okay. Thank you. Just very briefly, in terms of, I think it's been alluded to as part of the discussion this morning. So we're sitting here 2 years on from when policy SP4 was presented at Regulation 19. As I say, about a quarter of the sites now have planning permission within 2 years. 3 of the sites are now already under construction, and I think from my observation, I think work is now starting as well on Shooter Reed, which we'll come on to this after lunch. Perhaps for my benefit, and sort of just thinking around just wider sort of soundness issues, what does that indicate? Is it an indicator of strong market demand, that when sites are available within the main urban area, they'll come forward? Is it a happy circumstance that these sites have been in the pipeline a long time and they're now just happen to be sort of coming to fruition? I think it's just trying to get a feeling of the kind of when we look at how these sites and wider sites in SP4 are likely to come forward, are there kind of reasons for optimism from what we've seen in a very short period of time with these sites, that there can be sort of confidence that things are going to deliver?
Yeah, as you alluded to, I think it is a good indication that sites that we have allocated are marketable. They are in areas where there is a need for housing. Obviously, we know that delivery has been sort of below what we would want in the borough, and so there is a need for housing there. As Mr. Ayrton alluded to earlier, some of the sites, you know, we did kind of know that they were in the pipeline already, they were coming forward, but there are sites coming forward that were just sort of in the SLA, they weren't necessarily in the pipeline at that time.
Thank you. And I think I've read from sort of various submissions, I think from Mr. Morton for Laverick Hall, again Mr. Ayrton, I think there's, from a wider developer community perspective, there doesn't seem to be too much issue with the sites that have been identified in SP4. I think as Mr. Ayrton said, squeezing the pips, we'll go on to some of the issues around that in terms of particularly open space sites, in terms of what's been looked at. So I've made a note of what you've put forward in your statements. Councillor Herbert, I'll come back to you. Appreciate you kind of take a different view, that you think more could be done to limit the need for ultimately other sites having to be released.
Yeah, the Hawthorne Leslie site was given planning permission, I believe, just after Reg 18. Brownfield site, indicative capacity of 450, but that hasn't been brought forward yet. So where are we with that sort of big development that could be brought forward and saving greenbelt development?
Thank you. I'm sort of mindful we'll come on to some of this perhaps again on Thursday afternoon, obviously alongside the allocations as a consented kind of pipeline. Sites have already got planning permission. I think the Hawthorne Leslie site is identified within that. Is that a site actually where things are now starting to happen, or have I had an odd dream about that?
Yes, so the situation with the Hawthorne Leslie site, as I say, it was a former shipyard site, substantial issues with ground contamination. As I say, work has been undertaken on site to remediate sort of ground condition. Buildings that were formerly on the site have been demolished, so the site is now cleared and essentially ready for development. Again, we have a Section 73 planning application with us at the moment to basically seeking consent for some changes to phase 1 of the development. But yes, as I say, the intention is that the development of that site in terms of new build housing will commence sort of shortly. As I say, we have that current application with us for which we're considering at present.
I just ask, I believe there's a 10% of sites that don't come forward with plan permission are actually built out, which is apparently quite high, and the vacancy rate of buildings has gone up from, I think it was 2.4% to 3% since the Reg 18 application to Reg 19. So that doesn't indicate really strong market to me.
Thank you. We'll come back to the 10% issue when we look at the housing trajectory and other matters on Thursday. I've certainly raised questions about that as well, so I'll probably park that for now. Councillor Herbert, and we'll come on to that issue about whether that's a justified figure. But I think I'm taking your general point, if I'm right, Councillor Herbert, in terms of perhaps are you inviting me to kind of apply a bit of caution to how these sites are likely to come forward? And
yes, given your story. Okay. There is because you mentioned windfall sites. Recently there was a development given planning permission just outside Clevedon Village on Greenbelt, because it was declared as Greybelt for 3 bungalows to be built. Now I assume if they're outside the local plan, they would be classed as windfalls. Also, there's now a developer looking at an application for 200 houses just north of Whitburn Village, again in a green belt, which are trying to make it into grey belt. You would have 200 windfalls in that site. So now the government's declared open season on all land around villages. The green belt is no longer protected. This could grow like topsy. So we're going to end up with windfalls all over. And it goes against the premise that the plan is there to allow planning for infrastructure to go along with development. That's going to be thrown out completely by these new developments that could happen absolutely anywhere, ad hoc development. It also redraws the greenbelt boundaries just in an ad hoc way. So in theory it could expand from villages outwards towards urban areas until it actually meet the urban areas, so you lose the green belt completely.
I think, as indicated, the quirk is we are where we are, and we're looking at a plan against a previous version of the National Planning Policy Framework. We will come on to windfall. I'm not necessarily expecting to hear back from the council on those points that have been raised. We'll be looking at kind of windfall again. I think it's Thursday this week, and in terms of the evidence that kind of informed the plan making, I mean, it does. There are issues around future proofing, but I'm taking a fairly sort of purist line that for consistency with national policy, it's the September 2023 MPPF. We'll come on to monitoring and review in one of the sort of final sessions, and where that leads us. So I'm not really wanting to kind of have too much more sort of speculative discussion about what's kind of happening out with the plan-led or the current plan that's before me. Thank you for those contributions. Before we take a mid-morning break, I thought we'd just get through a couple of the individual sites in Policy SP4 that have been raised. Starting with, I think it's under my MIQ 6.4, site H6, which is the former St Aidan's Church site. There were various representations from Historic England. I think they were seeking further detail or further points within Policy SP4 under the key considerations given. I think the site is within the buffer zone to the World Heritage Site at the, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, the Arbea Roman fort. Obviously, take note of Historic England as a statutory consultee, but just whether it's necessary for soundness to have the further detail or point I think that they were looking for. I mean, I've visited the sites. I can see it's surrounded on 4 sides by existing housing, and I think it has had planning permission in the past.
Yes, there have been a number of planning permissions granted over the years. The most recent was a permission granted 14th of December 2023 for 14 apartments on the site. There was consultation on that planning application, as there has been on previous applications for the site, with the Tyne and Weir Archaeology Service, who are one of our key consultees around kind of below ground kind of archaeology matters. So basically, as a result of the consultation with them, there is a condition on that planning permission, a watching brief condition around below ground archaeological remains. But they didn't have any objections to that particular proposal subject to that condition, which, as I say, was added to the permission.
Thank you. And in terms of, I say it's recently been granted planning permission again, is not yet implemented and has been subject to a series of applications over time. The council's confidence, is this a site you're profiling as being deliverable within the next 5 years? Is it one that's in the developable?
Yeah, that site is profiled to come forward within the first 5 years of the plan period.
Okay. Off the back of is it a detailed planning consent for December 23?
It is, yes,
Yeah.
full planning permission.
Okay, thank you. I've got nothing further I wanted to raise on site H6. So we take site H8 and then we'll have a brief mid-morning break. So this is the land at Associated Creameries, I think on this Edgerton Road. I had various representations from local ward councillors with reservations about this site. So follow-up to MIQ 6.7 is it justified that this site, I think it's allocated, it is a developable site, so it's not a site you're anticipating in the first 5 years on plan adoption, but is it justified as a housing allocation within the plan?
Yeah, so the site obviously is a brownfield site within the main urban area. It's in a sustainable location with good access to infrastructure and services and sustainable transport links. The permission on the site has lapsed, but the sort of principle of development is established on that site. The sustainability appraisal, sub 3, identifies the site as having a very positive effect on efficient land use, healthier people and communities, and a positive effect on the housing and sustainable transport objectives.
One of the concerns that's been raised by local councillors is the site is in an existing active commercial use. I've seen that myself, and the impact on those businesses, but presumably this is a site that's been promoted through the SHLA process by a site owner. Is it in a single ownership?
So the site was brought into the SHLA because of the planning application on that site. As we picked up in the hearing statement, we've tried to contact the landowner sort of since the last iteration of the SHLA and the publication of the hearing statements, which we weren't successful contacting them, but obviously, the council is still confident the site can come forward.
As noted, it's not in the first 5 years. I think it's a reasonable kind of lead-in time for something to kind of to happen on this this site. But obviously, it's not been identified as a location that's kind of critical to safeguard for employment purposes. Obviously, other sites have met that criteria, and the plan has safe protected other employment, but not this one. In terms of other issues that were identified for this site, looking at the figure that's provided, the site layout plan from the council as part of the statement your Matter 6 statement in terms of what was previously granted, planning permission on the site seems to principally relate to the area that's covered by the commercial units. When I was trying to look at this on site and with the policies map, the allocation appears to now extend or include what's a sort of part of a green amenity space to the south of those commercial units. Is that intentional? Is that something that the council has kind of thought about and wanted to include within the allocation? And if so, are there particular reasons for that?
Yeah, so the site boundary obviously picks up the commercial buildings, the layout of the previous planning permission on that site. Including that wider area just gives an opportunity to provide good quality green space on the site and incorporate BNG into the site.
Thank you. I mean, if that's the council's kind of position, I'll just put it forward as, would it be potential modification to the key considerations for site H8 to kind of make that clearer, that the anticipation or expectation for this site is that the area that's currently the amenity space would be either kept as such, or, as you say, Ms Cooper, is there to kind of enhance open space provision and secure biodiversity net gain? That it's not under the key.
So we'll propose a modification along those lines.
Thank you, Mr. Ayrton, please.
Thank you. I guess just on that last point about the area being bigger than the plan application history area, and the point that the council haven't been able to contact the developer who's not been promoting the site as such for an allocation. The question in my mind is, do they own the land? Is it available for B&G enhancement? And amenity space clashes with B&G, so that's a big question mark in my mind if that's the approach. It's quite a long plan history for what I can see. The last approved scheme, which is now extant, was quite high density, pre-B&G. Involved a loss of trees, little private no amenity space. So we had permission at a time when there's high demand for housing. It's not been delivered. Since then, constraints and viability and deliverability have increased. Big question mark, I would say, on that with those points.
Is that if there are question marks? I mean, it is a developable site. It's not identified for delivery in the first 5 years, so there is a lead-in time for this site. I mean, the council could argue it's taking a reasonably kind of prudent approach to this site.
I guess there's no set barrier in terms of when you do a dome, but I guess there's a lot there against it, and the history and what I've seen in terms of the permissions and the lack of contact with the developer. I think you'd be right to question, and it's in terms of, well, maybe not the first 5 years, but even the 15 years, there's no headroom. So every site's important, and I guess just generally, we just raise concerns generally that some of these sites won't be delivered. And I think the evidence here would raise concerns that there's a good chance that this won't be developed in the plan period and make its important contribution to the housing need.
Thank you. So are you inviting me, Mr. Ayrton? Would you say the plan needs to be changed by taking this site out?
Yeah, based on the evidence available.
Thank you.
I was simply inquiring of my team what the existing uses were and how they might be characterised in the context of employment generally within the borough and what it's trying to achieve. That's not to devalue the contribution they make, but it's of a small scale, small business type nature.
Thank you. I mean, I should say I've been to the various sites that we're discussing this week today, so I've seen the nature of the businesses that are at those sites, relationship to the existing housing. I think if this site is to remain in the plan, I will be looking for a modification to policy SP4, I think, to just clarify the extent of the site.
Yes.
And what's to occur to the south. Presumably the amenity land area My inclination would be to assume that's owned and managed by South Tyneside, but that could be a wild assumption.
I think we would just need to double check, but I believe it is, yeah.
That's understood.
Yep, thank you. Mr. Horseman?
Yeah, just a further observation on the associated creamery site. Just to make you aware that you referred to representations from residents. We do have a current planning enforcement case in respect to the site. There have been complaints around one of the businesses on the sort of site, so that there is a question mark over the whether that business is authorised to operate from the site. As I say, the site is surrounded by residential sort of properties, so as I say, there are issues around potential bad neighbour sort of commercial uses, obviously adjacent to residential properties, which, as I say, would be a consideration for the council, and one of the reasons why, as I say, we would support sort of redevelopment of the site for sort of housing. As was mentioned earlier, it's not a site that we are seeking to retain as an employment sort of site, and one of the reasons for that is the very close proximity of the site to residential sort of properties.
Thank you for that. Okay, we're coming up to just gone 25 past 11, so I'm going to take a mid-morning adjournment now. If we could be back in this room, please, at 11:45, and then we'll resume discussion on matter 6 with what remains on policy SP4, and then on to the Brinkburn site SP5. Thank you. Okay, thank you everybody. It's now just gone 11:45, so I'm going to resume these hearing sessions. Just to finish off on policy SP4, site H20. This is land at the Perth Green Youth Centre. I think this is probably a site where events have kind of overtaken where the Regulation 19 plan was a couple of years ago, so I understand planning permission has now been granted on this site. This was a site, I think, that Sport England had raised representations on the plan back in early 2024, but obviously matters have now moved on.
Yes, that's correct. So plan permission was granted for 50 units on this site in December 2024. And through I know Sport England have sort of made representations to the plan application at that point in terms of the loss of playing field land. But through the plan preparation process, as set out in the MIQ response, it had been assessed as meeting the open space, as that's how it had been documented through various evidence-based documents since the early 2000s. And as we've set out, that's sort of been resolved through the plan application process in terms of a financial sum was agreed with Sport England in terms of mitigation for the loss of lapsed playing field provision on that site.
So from that, Sport England had kind of made the distinction, and I think it recognised that it was lapsed, that it was a kind of a... I'm thinking of other sites we've been discussing back as part of stage one, that they made a differentiation between something that was kind of actively in use and something that had fallen out of that use, but nonetheless was undeveloped open land within the urban area.
Yes, that's correct. I think it's also worth to note that sort of directly adjacent to the application site, there's a new 3G pitch as well. So it wasn't that there was a loss of plain pitch provision within that, the sub-area as identified within the plain pitch strategy. So I think the financial contribution is to sort of be used on other facilities elsewhere within that sub-area in terms of provision to improving existing pitch provision.
Okay, thank you. I've got no further questions that I want to pick up on H20. Thank you for that. So just sort of bringing things to conclusion on policy SP4, if I just bring the council to MIQ 614, and just looking at sort of in advance of when we come back to this on Thursday, just the general or what sites are likely to contribute towards deliverable supply within site policy SP4. We've touched upon a number of sites that currently have planning permission. One of the other sites that's identified there is site H18, land at Dean Road. I mean, it's a relatively... Well, it's a site that can yield a reasonable number of units, 62 units. What's the council's kind of confidence or evidence that that site is going to help contribute to deliverable supply?
So the vision for that site would be extra care sort of apartments, which is why the yield is so high on that site. There is developer interest in the site, and the council are working proactively to bring that site forward. It's one of 3 extra care schemes that are sort of in the pipeline. One of them is the Tutor Reed site, which is obviously coming forward. What was the first one? Sorry, yeah, and there's Hebburn Newtown, which is on site now, so this is kind of the next site in that process.
Thank you. But am I right in thinking site H18 is not a council-owned site, so this would be a site the market would bring forward in terms of that extra care provision? Oh, it is council owned. Okay. Thank you. So, are there any further points people wish to make in relation to policy SP4 and sites in the main urban area? Mr. Ayrton will come back in again. Just mindful, Mr. Woff, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say on this particular point this morning. No. Just make sure before I move on and move on to other issues. So, Mr. Ayrton, please.
I mean, you've noticed that some of the sites are including the 5-year supply in the trajectory, and I think we've now got again the benefit of the 2023 SLAR, the 24 and the 25 one. And just looking at those, it's quite interesting that quite a few sites are being pushed back a year from 2023 to 2024 in terms of starting delivery, and then from 24 to 25. So already 2 years in, sites are being pushed back. And just having a look at the developable supply, the 15-year supply in the SLAR, I think 42% of the sites have been pushed back a year from the previous one. So I think that just goes back to our general point is there will be slippage. It's already evident in the evidence base that's been presented since the start of the local plan preparation process. And with constraints on the sites we've discussed, and we said a bit more detail in our submitted statement on each of the SP4 sites, which you would have seen, we're very nervous that there will be slippage in the plan process, and I think that's already been evidenced in the first 2 years.
Obviously, the council has also been updating its SLAR through the including through the examination process. That I have to say from experience elsewhere, that doesn't always happen, and some authorities want to rely on more aged kind of SLAR evidence. Just sort of being devil's advocate, perhaps with you, Mr. Ayrton, before perhaps give the council an opportunity to come on this through again reviewing and looking at the SLAR. You'd like me to kind of interpret it as slippage, but is it kind of the council just being more prudent and realistic about when sites are likely to come forward, or do you think there's a wider picture or pattern here?
No, I think they are reflecting to the evidence, and if they've not come forward, it needs to be updated in the SLAR. I think the point our clients always made since the start of the local plan process is that they've been too optimistic and relying on the capacity and deliverability of these urban sites. These sites aren't relying on being allocated to come forward. They could have come forward previously. They're not in the green belt, for example, and they're not come forward. And the reason I expect would be because of viability. There's been high demand for housing, they've not come forward. So as more sites becoming allocated, if the plan is adopted, that demand is going to go down. And in the meantime, constraints, costs, build costs have all gone up. So if anything, the likelihood of some of these sites coming forward and the challenges they now face, just deal with plan application on a daily basis. Brownfield sites, urban sites, the viability challenges with those increase every day. You know, from month to month, sites become more challenging. So I just think that in practicality and reality, these sites will have challenges, and our concerns remain as we set out throughout the process.
And just summing up from where we started from in terms of the as I sit here now and thinking about potential modifications, I'm assuming, Mr. Ayrton, you say the sum of that, if there's going to be slippage and concern about deliverability, then the way forward is to identify more deliverable supply.
Yeah, but being positive and realising that there's a constraint there, having evidence, just history in South Tyneside. The headroom's tight, even without challenging some of the numbers and capacities, the headroom's tight. So it needs more of a buffer there, because history tells us where we are now. Sites aren't being delivered, sites aren't coming forward because of capacity issues and availability issues. And the green belt is a significant constraint to that. So there's no flexibility going forward to address that. So the plan to address that now.
Thank you. Can I just clarify with the council, and there might not be a straight answer right now, and it might be something to sort of think about. Are any of these sites in SP4 kind of rolled forward from the sort of the last site allocations development plan document, or are they largely new sites that have come forward within the urban area?
There are some that have been rolled forward. I don't have the list to hand, but for the most part they are new sites.
We can give you those details.
I mean, so I don't want too much more information. I think it should be a short list.
It would just be a list.
Yep. Thank you. Are you with us Thursday afternoon, Mr. Ayrton? Housing trajectory, yep. Okay. Okay, if I can just sum up on SP4, as I see it, again, as I said at the start, I'll confirm things through a sort of note through the programme officer for the council. But I think in terms of where I think we've got with some of this discussion today is that there are various sites within policy SP4 that are now under construction, modification that they'll now come out because they are clearly going ahead. The extent and capacity of site H7, which we discussed at the former college campus site, is clearly changed. This needs to be reflected, and the clarification around the site considerations for site H8 in terms of it overlapping or how it's going to treat the open space area to the south of that site. Obviously, there are some sites that have recently got planning permission. I'll reflect on this further in terms of quite how they're handled in terms of policy SP4. I'm sort of keen we don't sort of get, when we certainly come to the trajectory, we're not doing sort of partial kind of updates. The sites that are very recent, I think Ms. Gibby referred to, I think 3 sites that have been, or 2 more sites that have very, very recently been granted planning permission. Obviously postdates the SCHLA 2025 version. So obviously I think for the purpose of the trajectory, I think I'm still going to treat those as allocations unless I persuade myself otherwise.
No, that's entirely rational. Otherwise you're underestimating the contribution of those sites to the 5, 10 and 15-year supply.
If there's nothing further then on policy SP4, I'll move on to policy SP5. So this is the Brinkburn Comprehensive Schools site. Got various representations, obviously including from the Green Party on this particular proposed allocation. Just wonder if there's, just by way of a scene setter for me, councillor just reorganising themselves. Okay, so start policy SP5, Brinkburn. I've spotted 2 new people at the end of the council's team. If they're going to contribute to this discussion, I'm sort of early, obviously these sessions are being recorded. It's pretty helpful for me if I just understand who's now joined the council's team to my right. So starting with you, sir.
Charles Higgins, the Property Services Manager for the council. Sorry. Charles Higgins, Property Services Manager.
Thanks, and Trevor Mail, Service Delivery Manager for Strategic Transport of the Council.
Thank you. I just wonder if, by way of, appreciate the council's answered various kind of MIQs on this site, but just as an introductory kind of scene setter to this discussion, if the council could just provide a sort of just a brief overview of the background to this site. So presumably it's been surplus to educational requirements. There's some community use on the site at present from what I've seen from visiting the site, and that's partly used by, is it a charitable organisation that are currently on the site. So is the council, I guess one of my sort of first sort of questions is where does this site kind of sit in the process? Is it a site that the council's has disposed of or will be disposing of? And it's sort of just general background.
To confirm, it's a council-owned site with a community group in situ, and discussions are ongoing about potential reprovision of community use at the site, which I think has been set out in the proposals that have been provided.
Thank you. And in terms of the evidence that's before me, the site has been subject to feasibility work. I think that's been provided now into the examination process. I've got it as document post sub 45. I think people haven't seen where it's the P&HS architects document. I mean, what's the council's vision for the site? What are you trying to achieve through site SP5? Obviously, there's some housing development. Is that envisaged as being enabling or in terms of the community use, and obviously some form of improved pitch provision on the site as well?
Yes, so I think that the first thing to set out is obviously this site has been identified in accordance with the spatial strategy for the local plan. It's a brownfield site within the main urban area which could deliver a significant amount of housing. So it is a site that we do consider to be important in terms of the spatial strategy. It was considered throughout the plan process, like I say, through the SHLA and through the sustainability appraisal as well. The SHLA identifies the site to be delivered between years 6 to 10, and that sort of links to the plain pitch mitigation which will be required on that site. In terms of the feasibility paper which was undertaken, that was undertaken to sort of give an idea of what the options were on the site. Obviously there is that community association on there, and there's strong links to having a strong role within the community. So we want to sort of see if we can retain that element on that site going forward. Also, again, in terms of the plain pitches, we know through the plain pitch strategy that there aren't surpluses in plain pitch capacity within South Tyneside. So the retention of pitches is also something that's quite important in terms of this site coming forward. And we also know those pitches are in use, unlike some of the other sites within the local plan where pitches are disused or are lapsed and are not currently in use. That's not the case on the Brinkburn site. So again, that was another consideration that's been taken into account through that process and through the options that were considered through the feasibility paper as well.
Thank you. And for the council, in terms of looking at that kind of options assessment work and what the site could potentially kind of yield, having sort of regards to kind of the various things that the council wants to achieve on that site that are generally listed under the first kind of criterion within policy SP5, is the figure of approximately 150 dwellings reasonable, justified?
Yes, we consider it is. Like I said, that figure has been informed through the feasibility paper and option C. That paper, took into account the the policies that were available through the draft Regulation 18 local plan, also designed to take into account BNG and also national space standards for the housing. And it also, like I say, tries to keep some community facilities on that site and retain playing pitches as well.
Thank you. So I think from our understanding from the council's evidence, once you kind of net off those other things that you want to achieve on that site, when you look at about 150 houses, it's around 30 to 35 dwellings per hectare would be achieved on that site. And is that a kind of a justified and sort of appropriate kind of response to the kind of character and area, given, as you say, Ms Lamb, that's a brownfield, previously developed site within the urban area?
Yeah, I think we've acknowledged in our MIQ response that the proposed density on that site is slightly lower than what we would normally identify for brownfield sites, particularly within the density report. But I think what's important is what's being proposed reflects the council's ambitions for that site in terms of the retention of the community facilities and also playing pitch provision as well.
Thank you. So in terms of understanding, obviously this is identified as a developable site, so it's not in the first sort of 5 years, but as we sit here now, this is a site that's in the control of South Tyneside, so the council would be kind of have the responsibility of when it came forward, released to the market. There are no other issues that potentially affect its deliverability other than, as you say, Ms Lamb, the kind of sequencing around kind of sport pitch mitigation.
Yes, so like I've mentioned, the playing pitch mitigation is sort of the key issue in terms of why the site's been identified within the 6 to 10 years. Obviously, there will also be stuff to be sorted out with the community association as well during that process as well. But again, that's sort of why we've positioned it within that time frame, within the trajectory.
And I'll just ask about the sports pitch provision, and then I'll bring others in on this particular site. So obviously, I think as you referred to, Ms Lamb, there's obviously evidence borough-wide of a shortage of playing field provision to meet needs in the borough. Obviously, say the Brinkburn site has various pitches, seen those on site, including I think the rugby pitch, other sort of football pitches. I note from the playing pitch strategy that the site is generally regarded in terms of quality terms being relatively poor in terms of pitch provision. In terms of, say, it was my MIQ 615, I think it's really understanding, is there effective mitigation available for this site in terms of the loss of playing pitch provision? I appreciate the policy is seeking to mitigate some of that on site, but presumably there's still a balance that would need to be mitigated elsewhere. It's probably both for this site and for Shooter Reed when we come on to it this afternoon, kind of the reasonableness and a sort of assurance that, as we can at this stage through plan making, that there are kind of feasible kind of mitigation options available. I think, as I understand it, for this site, the focus is on potentially the Temple Park location, which is obviously not that far from this site.
Yes, that's right. So the site, as it stands at the moment, supports 5.8 hectares of playing field land. Option C, as we've identified through the feasibility study and has informed the preparation of policy SP5, the amount of plain field land which will be retained on that site would represent 1.3 hectares, which we would expect to be retained, and that would accommodate an adult football pitch, a junior pitch, and a mugger as it stands, as set out in the feasibility study. And that information has been sort of taken forward through the plain pitch strategy and has informed scenario testing which has taken place on that. The topic paper identifies the amount of residual plain field land which would have to be replaced in accordance with MPPF, which is 4.5 hectares, and that's what we are looking to offset at Temple Park. Now, the Temple Park topic paper obviously sets out that the mitigation that would be taking place there would be through a combination of re-provision of pitches on existing land, and also, where possible, bringing forward pitches on land which has not been previously used for playing pitch use on the Temple Park site as well. I think it's the topic paper is quite clear in the fact that, you know, in terms of like-for-like quantitative provision or re-provision, that would be challenging because we don't have, well, we know with the borough is quite constrained, we don't have a surplus of land to provide plain pitches. But I think what the topic paper is really sort of trying to come across is that there will be a significant qualitative improvement in terms of the pitches that are provided and in terms of the number of pitches as well, which could be provided on the Temple Park site in terms of what could be lost at Brinkburn.
I suppose what the net impact will be is that you'll have more usability, greater usability than currently exists, even if the overall quantitative element is slightly reduced on a net basis. That's something which we can cover when we come to deal with that at the time. So I expect your question was prompted also by the fact that the policy itself doesn't state how much is to be retained or what the expectation is about retention in terms of the area. So that's something we can give consideration to.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking, does the council, I think in drafting the policy, was the council looking for a degree of kind of flexibility rather than sort of, you know, tie yourself down to, I appreciate option C has given a reasonably specific figure, but it may be that in the fullness of time you want the kind of flexibility.
It might change. So, but if there is if we propose a modification which makes it plain that we expect some retention, and then we can think about words which would provide, one, a reasonable certainty that there will be retention, and that the retention will optimize the amount subject to other factors, including the requirements of 1 and 2, i.e. 150 residential units and community provision.
If I recall from the statement of common ground with Sport England, was this a policy where there was a proposed modification to instead of mitigated to replace or retain?
Yes, that's right. It was just purely to sort of reflect the MPPF wording rather than use of the word mitigate. MPPF obviously uses replace, so it was just for consistency.
I think as currently worded, what worries me is at DM stage, if you look at 1 and 3, it has only occurred to me since you asked the initial question, if you look at 1 and small 3, enhancement of any on-site plan fields that are retained or re-provided, and it doesn't actually make a requirement for any retention. So if someone comes forward with a proposal which doesn't have any, that's not caught by that provision, and neither is 2, which deals with the loss. So essentially, if you want to come forward with proposals for the whole site without any retention, it means you've got to mitigate the whole lot under 2. And that may not work. So we need to be clearer about how that's structured.
Thank you. I'll bring in others, but yes, I think kind of leave that with the council in terms of that there's not going to be an unintended kind of consequence.
No, exactly. So.
Yeah. Thank you. In terms of just thinking again, the time frame for this particular site, if it goes forward in the way that the policy, subject to modifications, is envisaged, obviously policy SP5 and policy 37 of the plan kind of come together to kind of hopefully secure the replacements. Just linger on this Temple Park issue in terms of just the practicalities of what's being proposed. As I say, it's reasonably nearby, so you know, spatially it's essentially in a good location. Obviously, there are things there already at the Temple Park site in terms of parking, access. There may be views about how adequate that all is. But just thinking in terms of where the council's looking at it, delivery on this site in sort of 2033, 2034, in practice, is there enough evidence before me in terms of assurance that the Temple Park is a realistic and reasonable location to provide additional sports pitch provision? There's obviously work currently ongoing. Presumably this again is a site that's under the council's control in terms of what happens at the Temple Park site.
Yes, that's right. Temple Park is a council on site. I think in terms of what the development and what the mitigation could look like, it will be informed obviously by the amount of playing field land to be provided, dependent on the plan application that comes forward at that point. Like I say, that 1.3 figure is sort of indicative at this point in terms of the feasibility study that we undertook. But also I think it's probably important to sort of realise that at that point of when a plan application comes forward, there could be sort of updates in terms of playing pitch provision and capacity within the borough at that point, which we would expect to be taken into account, updated playing pitch studies which are more relevant. We've sort of already touched on slightly this morning sort of the improvements at Epinay and at Harton and Westall Miners, which also sort of contribute in terms of the overall pitch provision for the borough. And we'll come on to sort of the tutor read and the specific mitigation which is being identified for that site as well, which can all sort of inform what the actual mitigation could be, which needs to be delivered at Temple Park at that time. I think we've been quite clear that we will be engaging with Sport England to sort of make sure that what is proposed on that site is what is required for the borough. But I think as Temple Park in principle is a use for mitigation is, like you see, it's an existing hub site in terms of pitch provision. It has supported a greater amount of pitches in the past which have fallen out of favour, which is where we were looking to reinstate those pitches as well. So in terms of the principle of that site being used for sport and use, it is a valid site, and that's also support through policy SP23 as well, where it is identified within the policy text as a hub site for provision in the borough.
So when I was looking at the mitigation paper, I was kind of working it through in terms of what potentially could be secured at Temple Park. I was thinking, well, this looks quite promising. There's a lot of capacity potentially here. And then obviously the paper ultimately concludes by an element of caution that at the end of the day there is potentially a quantitative issue, not notwithstanding the point Mr. Sherraven made about overall qualitative improvement. In terms of that ultimate kind of figures for Temple Park, just so I get my head around this correctly, that's in relation to the council's kind of discount to these sites that were formerly in pitch use coming back in are not being counted as net new additional, even though they might have been out of use for some time.
Yes, that's correct. I think the topic paper identifies that if you include the landed area for the sites which have been sort of disused, that is 14 hectares by itself, which obviously quantitatively exceeds what is being lost through Brinkburn and Tudor Reed.
Thank you. So bring in other people at this point. Can I start with the Green Party first, because when I looked at your original representations in relation to Brinkburn, we'll deal with perhaps I'll deal with the open space issue first, and I know there are other points in relation to this policy. Is it still the kind of Green Party's position that any kind of open space on this site, playing pitch, should be kind of excluded, and any development at Brinkburn would be on areas that are currently not in kind of sports pitch use?
Yes, is it helpful if I introduce myself first? I'm Rachel Taylor, councillor and leader of South Tyneside Green Party. Yes, it is the Green Party's position still regarding open space. Obviously, for the NPPF, it's important to preserve as much open space as possible, and in the town we have lost a lot, with the Holborn development specifically as well. But every bit of open space is vital to preserve.
And in terms of kind of potentially taking a sort of a holistic view, I've heard from the council that whilst there would be a degree of retention on this site, obviously it wouldn't be everything that's there. The evidence that's before me is that some of those pitches are in poor condition, potentially being overused. There's an opportunity here to secure replacement, better quality provision elsewhere, but it might need a degree of development to enable that to happen.
Well, I don't think that Temple Park is a suitable area to use, because it might be council managed, but my understanding is it was gifted to the people of South Shields following the Second World War, and on the provision that nothing was built on it. And since we've had obviously the leisure centre and the fire brigade as well, the hub, and yeah, so I know it should definitely not be used for anything else. I know we've got the current pitches that one of my children used to use that was full of dog excrement and all sorts. So the only thing I can think it would work that way for is it 17 to 20 proposed football pitches in Temple Park, is if they put like barriers around them to stop people using it for like a dog toilet, and that would be really, the people of South Shields wouldn't want that, wouldn't want like fences around all the pitches. And that's the only way I think it could work, But yeah, that land is meant to be for the people of South Shields, that it wouldn't be built on.
Even if through what the council I think are putting forward in terms of what the options they're looking at Temple Park, even if it was used for kind of sports provision for people within the borough? No.
Well, if it was as is and it's just the grass with posts, I don't see how we could have any more than what's there now, because the whole area is full of trees, hedgerows, things like that. And in fact, part of the council's ecological and climate emergency, we've been planting hundreds, if not thousands, of trees on Temple Memorial Park. And Temple Memorial Park is what a lot of people call it, not Temple Park. So Temple Memorial Park, it's absolutely full of trees. There's been whips and standards planted for years and years now. The tree team have been doing it in local schools, community groups across the whole area, and we've been told not to plant in certain areas because the land's actually contaminated as well. So that's something also to bear in mind and to bring to your attention. But yeah, the land's used for recreational purposes currently. It's well loved by the local community, and it hasn't got the to have 17 to 20 proposed pitches. I'm sure you'd have to fell a lot of trees, and it's like saying we're planting all these trees. We're planting, the council's ambitions are planting hundreds of trees, but then actually down the line we're going to be removing them all for football pitches. It's counterproductive, not yeah.
So just so I'm clear from the Green Party's position, obviously the site is submitted in the plan, let's say, for around about 150 houses. If it's your position that the open space, the pitches on there should be retained, presumably it's then follows that the site would, if there's to be any kind of development on that site, it'd be a smaller number of houses, or no, the site shouldn't be considered at all and removed from the plan and just identified as open space. Do you think? I think from reading your representation, it seems as though you just exclude the playing field areas from the site. So I'm just trying to understand, does that then leave a balance
ideally would like to also keep the community facility that's there currently, and I'm aware a lot of it's been knocked down already, and there's just a funny little bit left. But that's valuable for the local community, and schools use the swimming area and everything, and yeah, the swimming pool, it's really vital, and I'm concerned that even though it says, in the plans that they retain community facilities, I don't know if you're aware, but it also said that in the Cheetah Reed one, in the extra care, the retained community facilities are one room inside the building. That's the retained community facilities, and I think it's kind of just a bit of a box-ticking exercise, allowing these things to happen by, we're keeping that. But in reality, it's of no great importance to the local community, because how many people is going to use it?
Thank you. And just finally, for the Green Party, and sort of thinking about potential kind of alternatives for this site, if it was kind of felt it was necessary for soundness to kind of perhaps retain it as open space, so presumably that would then fall to the Borough Council potentially to invest in this site to address some of the kind of issues that have been identified in terms of from the playing pitch strategy that the council's produced alongside this plan. I think it's accepted as being, let's say, in a poor, it's well used, but it's in a poor condition in terms of just overall kind of quality of facilities.
Well, no, I think obviously you'll have read the playing pitch strategy, and it shows that overall it's 6.4 hectares are going to be being lost in playing pitches, and the council have only got replacement for 3.1 hectares, so just barely over half, and so clearly we can't be losing any pitches. And the college site, that was the section 106 delayed that whole plan application, coming to a conclusion because of the playing pitch thing, and trying to juggle where we're going to squeeze playing pitches in and all that. And now we're looking at more playing pitches that are at Brinkburn and Cheetah Reed, and we just haven't got, I think, the council's failed evidence that the playing fields can be suitably relocated. I think that is clear despite the best efforts, but we'll just kind of do it, There's no deliverable replacement provision, for the loss, unfortunately. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I can bring in others, and then I'll come back to the council. So, Mr. Waff, and then Mr. Ayrton.
Thank you, sir. I think there's I think it's common ground between everyone around the table that we cannot mitigate the quantitative loss of playing pitches, and I think for me it comes back to the choice of changing the word from mitigated to replaced at Sport England's request. And I do envisage a problem at planning application stage if we've got a policy that requires, whether it's on Brinkburn or any other side, for playing pitch loss to be replaced, it suggests a quantitative replacement, which I believe it's common ground at this stage that actually we can't mitigate the quantitative loss of playing fields if we are obviously to include land last use as playing fields, because a lot of the mitigation involves bringing former playing fields or land last used as playing fields back into use. And I'm questioning whether changing the word mitigated to replace is going to have unintended consequences at planning application stage.
I mean, the council obviously already referred me to the wording that's in the National Planning Policy Framework, and that's obviously what Sport England have been looking for as part of the plan-making process. From your perspective, and I appreciate we might come on to this afternoon as well, is it kind of like a qualification to the phrase replace, or some further detail in the plan? This is something we haven't touched upon yet, but I think alongside what Sport England was saying in terms of, and the council were looking at in terms of the statement of common ground, not only the word replace instead of mitigation, but I think some further detail, potentially in the supporting text, of what that could look like.
Yes, I think it would have to be in the supporting text to the policy, because if you were to sort of go into the detail of Sport England's own playing pitch policy, they do acknowledge themselves that qualitative improvements can sometimes outweigh the quantitative loss of playing pitches. So I would certainly welcome something in the accompanying text to acknowledge that point, especially when we know at this stage that actually the quantitative loss cannot be mitigated based on the evidence which is available.
I'll come back to that because I think we'll pick it up now if the council's it's been picked
so
up.
I think that's a reasonable approach, and certainly we can think along those lines of dealing with the lower text in that context, so we understand what is meant by mitigation.
Thank you, but I think in relation to this site, obviously I'll leave this probably with the council in terms of precisely what that change would look like. I think obviously other sites have been referred to, and it feels to me that there's a more obvious or clear-cut kind of mitigation, or sorry, I shouldn't use that word, replacement or enhancement kind of solution. Come back to where I started with this site, whether there's perhaps more flexible, just trying to think of an appropriate balance between there's some evidence that's before us in terms of the Temple Memorial Park, but there may need to be some flexibility around precisely what that replacement could look like, given this is a site that's not anticipated to come forward in the near future in any event. A lot of water could pass under the bridge, but presumably it could, at least at this stage, allude to or refer to, Temple Park is probably the prime candidate for enhancements for the loss of what's on this site. Mr. Ayrton, please.
Thank you. I guess the first point is probably clarification. As I understand it, Sport England object to this element. I think the last statement of common ground from July refers to them objecting to the scheme. So I guess the first question is, do they maintain the objection as it stands to the policy? Because from what I've seen, their concern is the quantitative point. They're saying, if you don't replace the quantity, we're going to have concerns with it in terms of the MPPF requirements. And as we've heard, the additional, more recent evidence confirms that quantity provision will not be met at the currently identified mitigation proposals. So there's a big question mark there in terms of, do Sport England object? Because if they do, that's going to be followed through at a plan application stage. And from experience, that will delay and might impact on capacity of the site in terms of how to overcome that objection, if that's maintained, and also deliverability. Just looking at the trajectory, I think it's 8 years' time. That will go quite quickly, I suspect. And my understanding is where mitigation is identified, the starting point is provided before you start development on a site. So that in itself also has an implication on deliverability and when that may happen.
Thank you. So just again, getting my head, Mr. Ayrton, around potential, what kind of changes people are looking for in the plan? Is it your position that, well, if this site remains in the plan, it needs to be sort of pushed further back, or there's too much uncertainty at this stage? Again, it's another site to remove.
From what I see, there's mitigation there which isn't supported by Sport England as it stands, and their statutory consultation application, plan application stage. So that's a big constraint on the face of it. And again, the SLA's kind of deliverable and developable supply needs every site to deliver what it says it's going to deliver to get to meet that trajectory. So again, it goes back to the point about potential for slippage in the overall suite of sites that have been identified.
Thank you. Just if I can just clarify with the council, pick up the point from Mr. Ayrton, the position of Sport England. I mean, the Sport England statement of common ground is July 2025. These were we talked in general terms about 2 modifications, one to this policy, one to supporting text, and I think the council is going to just look again at just ensuring that part 1 of the policy sort of ties up with what's kind of envisaged on the site. Obviously, I've got that statement of common ground in front of me. I'm trying to recollect. I mean, do those modifications overcome or address Sport England's original representations or concerns with this policy, or is there still a residual objection?
I think it's still a residual objection. Those modifications are sort of tweaks to provide extra clarification to provide more context around the policies, but the Sporting objection was almost a blanket objection to any sort of allocation in the plan which included playing field land, primarily based on the fact that the playing pitch strategy obviously does not show surpluses in pitch provision.
Thank you. And presumably for this site, it's more of an issue given that the pitches are in use. So whilst I kind of think to Perth Green and think, well, there's a solution found there, it doesn't necessarily follow for this site. Or there's a higher bar potentially.
Yes, that's right, and I think that's sort of why we try to set out in the topic paper as far as possible what our intentions are in terms of the mitigation that can be taking place by either retaining some provision at the site and also through improvements at Temple Park.
Thank you. And it's been put to me as part of this discussion that potentially a reliance on Temple Park could be misplaced for a variety of reasons. Are there any, in principle, barriers to securing playing pitch provision at Temple Park? Presumably some sites were previously in playing pitch use. That's not too difficult to bring those back into use with qualitative improvements.
Yes, there has been prior use there, and bringing those and new areas into usage is considered possible solution, and I think there would need to be consideration to the fencing issues that Councillor Taylor mentioned, but they're not insurmountable.
Thank you. Is this presumably scope at Temple Park? I mean, various discussions when we've been looking at playing pitch provision at other parts of the plan is around kind of quality of facilities. Again, does the Temple Park option provide for that in terms of changing, or the scope for changing room facilities, other things that teams, sports people would perhaps anticipate?
Yes, there are existing facilities in the leisure centre and the ability to enhance those.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor again, please.
Thank you. Yeah, just regarding the playing pitches. So about 5 years ago, the rugby club wanted to put some rugby pitch there, and there was a huge public outcry, and there was a petition, I believe, signed by a lot of the community, and people were really opposed to that. That was, I don't know how many pitches it was, 1 or 2. It was a smaller area, just off Nevinson Avenue space, which is already like green, flat area. People just didn't want it. So to think that happened then, you know, and there's a Friends of the Park group who you know, are passionate about things, and I know there'll be a public campaign, I highly expect there'll be a public campaign in uproar about these proposals, and you know, that's foreseeable, that's going to happen because of the fences around it, again I'll say, and because of the potential tree loss as well, and effect on biodiversity in the area. And of course that's against the council's own ambitions, you know, because Templemory Park seems to be a quick way of getting a bit, you know, kudos for doing these good things. And then if we're going to be just flattening it all for 17 to 20 football pitches, it's, yeah, but there is going to be public outcry because it's a war memorial, effectively, the whole area, and we don't want fences all around 17 to 20 new pitches.
I mean, it is a large park site, covers a large area. I just don't know if that's kind of, I mean, I've obviously come to my own judgment as to whether that's a fair kind of assessment that the whole area would be covered with sports pitches. But obviously the council to date, through some assessment work, has started to identify potential areas. They are presented in the Temple Park feasibility study. They seem to be areas that are closer to the existing leisure centre and car park. So presumably that still leaves a large balance of the park site that would not be, that the council's not looking at for sports pitch provision.
No, that's correct. There would still be an area to the south of what's identified as Area 9 in Figure 7 of the topic paper, and also to the west of Area 1 as well, which is still forms part of the wider park area, but is not being looked at for playing pitch provision.
Thank you. Are there any further points people wish to raise in relation to sports pitch provision at Brinkburn? No, thank you for that. So I'll come on to other issues. In relation to the site, I think it was my MIQ 618. At the moment, the site, well, I certainly got to the site from Harton Lane, but that, assuming the past when it was a school, you could also get to it from, I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, McAnany Avenue. There are various kind of representations before me, I think, concerned about the impact on the highway network and also by association and air quality. I appreciate the council's responded to my MIQ on this, but Mr. Mail, from a transport planning perspective, obviously there was an existing use on this site, but in terms of what's being proposed, would it give rise to severe impact on the local highway network?
I think at this moment in time, any subsequent application that comes forward will be subject to a detailed transport assessment. As it stands, we believe that there will be capacity on Harton Lane and indeed the surrounding roads. That's been resulted in the local modelling undertaken to date. As for the concerns with air quality, I think we've demonstrated in our response the range of continuous monitoring and non-continuous monitoring sites in and around the vicinity of the site. Again, there's no cause for concern in terms of those figures. Certainly fall well below the threshold for where you would consider an air quality issue. And I think from our perspective, we would encourage any suitable development to consider the sustainable transport improvements and active travel corridor improvements coming forward as part of that detailed transport assessment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there anything, Councillor Taylor, on transport and air quality?
Thank you. Regarding air quality, just to direct play to the developers, really, obviously tree vital to maintain mature trees. If at the very basic of checking any kind of area, if you could please work around any healthy existing mature trees, you know, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
I thought just on policy SP5, I think I've heard from the council. I've got their statement. I've visited the area in terms of how it is related to existing facilities. Just okay. Just remind myself what's at criterion 3 of the policy. Okay. Are there any further points people wish to make in relation to the Brinkburn site? No. In which case, obviously, there are a small number of potential modifications there through the Statement of Common Ground with Sport England. And I take the point, I think, from Mr. Shadowravian around just looking again at particularly that first part of the policy, that there aren't kind of unintended consequences, and that. Okay, very good. Thank you. I had nothing further on policy SP5, in which case we'll conclude this morning's session. It's 10 to 1. The afternoon session will start at 2 o'clock. We'll reconvene with the Shooter Eid site, briefly look at some of the regeneration sites, and then probably have another quick break, and then we'll come back to look at 2 of the sites that were discussed at stage 1 in terms of what's happened over the last few months with more evidence. Thank you. So back here in the room at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon everybody. It's now 2 o'clock, so it is time for me to resume these local plan hearing sessions into the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. To everybody who's in the room, I think there's some new people from this morning. Just to reintroduce myself, my name's David Spencer. I'm the planning inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the submitted South Tyneside local plan. I've been advised, although we've got microphones around the table, they're not actually going through a speaker. So hopefully everybody can hear me okay. And I think generally just advise to people, although we are using the speaker system and it is beneficial to people who are watching the live stream or watching the recording, for today it's got no effect or power in terms of broadcasting to in the room, so just bear that in mind. Still, please use the microphones when you make your submissions, but you might have to keep voice levels at a reasonable volume. For this morning, for this afternoon session, we've still got to finish off some matters under matter 6, so I'll be continuing the discussion with those who are around the table for that. Then be a brief break. We'll then move into matter 7, where we're going to be picking up a couple of sites that were discussed as part of the stage 1 hearings, and I'll ask people who join us for matter 7 to introduce themselves when we get to that point. So I'm going to carry on and conclude the discussion under matter 6 first, which is the main, proposed housing allocations within the main urban area. I probably should do for health and safety just to ask or invite the council, would do a fire test or anything this afternoon? No. Okay, so if the alarm goes, it is for real. We'll use the exits, go that way out into the car park. Okay. So I'll turn to the agenda item that we reached, which was the Shooter Eid site policy SP6, and turn in the first instance to the council. I won't go straight into the open space issue, but just in principle, I think similar to the Brinkburn site in terms of the justification or reasoning for allocating this site. In fact, I think things have moved on in terms of planning permission being granted on part of the site already.
Okay, yes, so like Brinkburn, as we discussed this morning, the site's been allocated in accordance with our spatial strategy, which seeks to maximise use of brownfield land in the urban area, and again it's been fully considered through the SHLA and SA process in terms of the plan preparation. The site in the SHLA has been identified to be delivered in the first 5 years, but I say there has been a plan application on the first phase of the Tutor Reed site, which has been for 124 apartments as part of an extra care facility on the site.
Thank you, and then presumably that reflects the policy requirement in terms of, I think it was looking for about approximately 120 apartments or units on this site.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in terms of the site's capacity and ability to assist housing delivery over the planned period, again, is this a site that is owned or controlled by the Borough Council, or is it in a separate ownership?
It's owned by the council, yes.
Thank you. So looking at the council's response to my MIQ 619, there's approximately just over 3 hectares of the site that remains following the grant of planning permission. In terms of that remaining land supply, the policy will require the delivery of, I think it's another 70 dwellings, community provision, and presumably some form of open space or replacement open space.
Yes, the intention is to deliver at least 70 units with ancillary facilities to support the sporting provision on playing pitches that are retained there.
And those are the playing pitches that are kind of to the south.
Yes, they're
of the site.
South, running parallel to the red line boundary that's been provided in the documents.
And in terms of the site, having viewed it, there's obviously the western half of what remains is kind of to a sort of a... Okay. The western half of the site is kind of a grassed kind of area. I think it's kind of acknowledged or recognised as having some kind of open space sports pitch functionality in the past that will need to be either replaced or mitigated. Are things for this site perhaps clearer, or the mitigation that's required kind of more clearly identified? And that's a combination of improvements, enhancements to the land to the south, and is it the Temple Park?
Temple Park Juniors
site.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. And any modifications required to the policy? I think obviously there's been a statement of common ground with Sport England. Is this again another area that needs modification in terms of either the wording of policy SP6 or specificity about where the mitigation will be secured?
Yes, so the mitigation that's been proposed in the statements of common ground relate to what we've touched on with Brinkburn in terms of replace, mitigate, and there's also proposed changes to the supporting text, which provides a little more clarity in terms of the mitigation that we're expecting to be used to offset the loss of the playing fields at Tutor Reid, and that's clearly identifies the land at the former Temple Park Junior School, which again is identified in policy SP23, as well as a site for playing pitch improvements.
Thank you. And in terms of the effectiveness of that mitigation, is the Temple Park School site again another Borough Council owned asset that you have control over in terms of delivering?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Thank you. And in terms of, as we discussed on other sites, similar nature or character, mitigation in whatever form that takes, kind of being sequenced in terms of when that's secured. In terms of the delivery or developability of the kind of the remaining part of this site, can the council remind me when you think the sort of the 70 houses are likely to come forward?
At present, the western areas, a good section of it's been used as a compound for the development of the extra care site, which is expected to take approximately 2 years to complete. And once that compound has been released, then we'll bring the rest of the land forward.
Thank you for that. So looking just briefly then at the delivery of the Shooter Eid site, it's obviously accounted for in the SHLA. It's described as excluding the Bryden Court sites. I presume that's something else. It's got a small amount of the development coming forward, 60 units in years 1 to 5, and then the remainder in years 6 to 10. I mean, do you think that fairly reflects where we are, or what the evidence was at the time of compiling the SHLA? Because presumably the consented scheme will come forward if it's apartments, relatively well. They tend to be sort of quite
and it could kind of be brought forward a little bit.
Thank you. Is that something I can leave with the council in terms of when we come back again to the overall trajectory? That might, it's probably a relatively small change in the grand scheme of things, but to kind of just pick that up as part of that discussion. I mean, it strikes me that obviously, given what I've heard in terms of the kind of the delivery of the current scheme, then obviously a process of presumably disposing of the remainder of the sites. Would that potentially be to a separate developer?
Yes, that's still to be determined.
Okay. So it could well be the balance, the 70 is into the kind of the developable period in terms of years 6 to 10. Thank you. Are there any submissions people wish to make around the delivery of this site before I go on to kind of highways issues for this site, Mr. Ayrton?
Thank you. It's just picking up again from probably the Brinkburn conversation, and it was my understanding that there was a residual objection from Sport England on this site still, but I wasn't clear on that. I guess that's more of a question in terms of the mitigation and the playing pitch delivering Temple Park. As it stands, I think there's still an objection from them on that point, but it's just clarity on that, really.
Okay, I think in terms of the council, similar question as for Brinkburn. I appreciate you've entered into a statement of common ground with Sport England.
Yeah, that's correct. So the objection to the site still remains, as is the same with Brinkburn, in terms of it was a blanket objection to the allocations in the plan, which included plain field land.
Thank you. So I presume, Mr. Ayrton, your similar points apply?
It's the same point, yeah.
just to jog my memory, I mean, when did the kind of the education use cease on Shooter Eid? Is anybody able to advise me on that from the council's perspective?
I haven't got an exact date to hand, but it was in excess of 10 years.
Okay. I'm just thinking out loud about Sport England seems to take an approach for some sites, you know, the use has elapsed and therefore some sort of form of mitigation is more acceptable. Presumably that was what was negotiated at Perth Green, and whether this is a site where the path might be less difficult because there are pitches or an area directly adjacent to the site, again in poor condition, and an opportunity through this allocation to certainly see qualitative improvements and potentially some additional pitch provision.
Yeah, that's correct. So in the topic paper we set out in a little bit more detail that the proposed mitigation for this site is the former Tilton Park Junior School, which would be approximately 1.2 hectares of new playing field land which would be brought into use. Also alongside that, enhancements to existing playing fields that are directly adjacent to that site and to the southwest corner of the wider Temple Park area. And also again we've said that the two pitches, the two 11v11 football pitches to the south of the Tutor Reid site we would be looking to enhancements to those pitches as well. So there would again be a qualitative improvement in terms of the playing provision subsequently on the back of this development. Just also to note as well that for the planning application for the extra care scheme, the Sport England did not object to that application.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you. Regarding the training, it was my understanding, as a school, it did close a long time ago, but it was training and education and things up until 2024 for Tutor Reid Community Centre, just for your information. And another thing as well, I had a question, just for some clarity for myself, as I'm a ward councillor for this ward where Tutor Reid is, and it was my understanding as councillors were told there was actually no playing pitches to be removed. So just while we're here, can it be clarified how many playing pitches will be removed, please?
Thank you.
Yes, so the area that we're talking about here is 1.9 hectares to the west of what was the buildings. It's disused playing fields. It hasn't been in use for some time. The two pitches to the south of the red line boundary will be retained.
So, but they are classed as playing pitches to be removed?
Because the last use was playing field land, as far as we're aware, associated with the education centre.
Thanks.
Mr. Green.
Yeah, just to repeat, what was the biodiversity net gain that would be achieved from this site? I missed it. Was it 1.3 hectares? So the mitigation for the biodiversity net gain.
I don't recall the biodiversity net gain. I mean, the issue we're talking about is obviously part of this site. I think as Mr. Lamb said, about just under 2 hectares. If you think of the site, it's, on the western side is kind of laid out at the moment to grass. I think the last use of that area was for the sports pitches. That will need to be, or there's an issue around how development of this site deals with that particular issue, whether it's through kind of replacing it somewhere else, if that can be achieved, together with mitigating. If you think of that area, there are the two kind of football pitches just to the south. I think I've forgotten the gentleman's name, the property. Charles Higgins. Miss Higgins was saying, I mean, part of the policy requirement as well is around community facilities or community facilities. not necessarily going to hold the council to this, but I think there's a reference to there's potential for kind of facilities on this site that could help support better use of those adjacent pitches.
Yes, that's the intention.
Okay. Are there any further points people wish to raise on the principle of this site before I just move on to the highways issue? I mean, obviously a large part of this site has now got planning permission. It's kind of gone in that sense from the plan, and I think, as I said, from the last time a site visited it, it appeared construction has now started on site, so presumably initial conditions are being discharged, and that's going to go ahead. Yeah. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Inspector. I'm not sure, I've got lots to say on it, but I'm not sure if that's to come, or, so I'm a bit confused as to if I'm meant to be saying all my bits now, or if you're going to be on this for quite some time. So I don't want to...
Yep, that's probably my handling of the agenda. I think at this stage, I was looking at the kind of the principle of whether this site is acceptable to kind of be redeveloped. Obviously, some of that has gone because planning permission has now been granted. There's still parts of the site that need to be that don't have planning permission that are covered by the allocation. The issues, as I saw it, that were raised in the representations, particularly from Sport England, were about the loss of open space land that was formerly in sport pitch use on the education centre site. So I think at this stage, if there's any sort of further sort of, in principle, concerns about this site, now is the time to raise them. And before you do that, just as a thought crosses my mind, just to clarify with the council, was this a site that was allocated as part of the last local, as part of the site allocations development plan document?
It was, yes.
So to some extent, I appreciate it's different times, but the principle of, was it housing-led development at that time, of a similar?
Yeah, so it was allocated under the site-specific allocations for residential development.
I don't know if that helps, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think I'll say what I've got to say now then. Yeah, so this is the only green space in the whole of a very, very deprived ward, but it calls the most deprived area on the whole of South Tyneside. And this is the only green space and, you know, sports pitches and open fields. And it's, yeah, so removing the only green space from a deprived community, you know, exacerbates inequality rather than reducing it. And I think the spatial strategy concentrates harm where resilience is lowest as well. You know, it's like the people of Biddigall have got so little, and now the only green space is going to be taken away from them as well. Now, I grew up in Biddigall, and when there was going to be an old people's home built there about 30 years ago, there was uproar for a very small old people's home. So now to be here and have to be fighting to save all of Cheetah Reed, it's really sad, quite honestly, from the history I've got from the area. But yeah, just like the, you know, health and well-being, access to green space is fundamental, you know, to mental and physical health, as I've put on my submissions. But it's just really worrying that the impact of this, and I did object to the extra care at the planning stage for the same reasons. But this site isn't suitable to be in the local plan, in my view. It should be preserved for the local community. We should be, if you put anything back there, it should be a standalone community facility, not extra houses. You know, that's what the community needs. We don't need to be shoehorning all these houses in. And of course it backs out to Newton Garths, which is in the council's like climate ambitions for the BNG, where they're using, you know, allowing planners to develop elsewhere if they're putting the points in that area to that just backs onto that. But my issue, and tell us if I'm saying it at the wrong time, I will say it later on, is the effect of building on Cheetah Reed, how that's going to then have a knock-on effect, and this isn't mentioned in the council's plan that I can see. You know, the cumulative impacts of this development and the North Farm development across the way, and how that in turn could feed into traffic data to push the possible tile shed flyover through, which has been temporarily shelved, which I know I mentioned in stage 1 as well. But the extra traffic data could push that through, and that's going to decimate a triple SI site, a wildlife corridor, all the trees from the Great North Forest have to be felled. And then it's going to affect the Great Crested Newt habitat and negatively affect Tile Sheds Pond as well. All this is to do with Cheetah Reed site. It's directly impacted, and now if we've got the extra care already happening, and then if we have at least 60 houses, we've seen with the college site, an extra 100 was there is more land here to possibly shoehorn more in, so will there be more houses, and then there'll be more cars, more vehicles to push that data through. And it was the data that stopped the flyover actually happening, because that should have already been built by now. The council did get a huge amount of funding to get that done, but yeah, that because of the data didn't allow that through, but now we could allow that through. So we've got to think of all this cumulative impact on things, you know. The plan considers sites in isolation rather than cumulative harm, and I think that should be noted.
Thank you. When you referred to was it Newton Garth? Is that the area? So I'm thinking of I'm seeing this site, the former education centre site, and the boundary is literally around that site, and say this grassed area to the west. And the football pitches are not in the site, and then there's kind of grassland beyond that. Is that Newton Garth?
Newton Garth is where you've got the metro line, the train line. Up to the grassed area where it's more the trees and hedgerows and things like that.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Okay. And Inspector, that would be where the flyover would go over that area as well.
Okay. Thank you. I think at that point I will come on to the highway and air quality issues. I think they were raised obviously by Councillor Taylor there, and I've seen them in representations as well. The policy itself, I think Mr Mail, similar to what you were saying in relation to the Brinkburn site, obviously there'll be a transport assessment, and presumably there would have been a transport assessment, no doubt, with the flats scheme, is requiring a look at particular parts of the nearby road network, including the Bolden level crossing. I know as part of this local plan, I think Network Rail also have concern or want maybe tile sheds as well, kind of brought into scope. I heard about this flyover issue at stage 1 as well. I can't see in the plan where there's a commitment to that, but just in terms of this site, and I think a similar question for the as per Brinkburn, is there any evidence, as we look here now, for plan making, that development of this site would have a severe impact on the road network, or whether mitigations are likely to be needed?
Thanks, sir. I think it's important to raise that the level crossings are an asset of Network Rail, so they are part of they will be an independent consultee of any subsequent plan application. As for the local highway network, I think we've done some detailed modelling already to date that's demonstrated that, for the large part, the network will sort of be consistent. There will be mitigation plan, no doubt, that will come forward. But again, it's relevant to a site-specific transport assessment for this site. I appreciate the conversations around cumulative impact, but the local modelling does take heed of all sites that are in the local plan to date. And has suggested where mitigation is indeed required. In terms of the flyover, obviously the council did have plans some years ago to construct a flyover, but I think it reserves the right to state that any type of intervention coming forward be at the discretion of Network Rail. rather than the council. It is indeed Network Rail's asset. We work considerably well with Network Rail as a partner. We meet on a quarterly basis, and we have done for almost 5 years now since I've been in position. As it stands, there's no plans to construct such a flyover by Network Rail, but if that was to subsequently change, then obviously it'll be Network Rail's discretion as to what needs to be done at those proximities.
Thank you. I mean, I don't recall from reading the representations there's an objection from Network Rail to this allocation. My recollection was that they may want a reference to tile sheds as well as Bolden.
So that's correct. Obviously, the Bolden level crossing is on Benton Road itself. It's called Bolden, which is quite confusing to the sort of general terms of things. But the tile sheds level crossing is the next level crossing down if you travel down Benton Road into New Road and then turn left towards Cleedon. So I think we recognise as a council that we take heed of those comments, that any subsequent transport assessment should indeed determine the impacts both at the Bolden level crossing and indeed at tile sheds. But as it was stated, they didn't object to the first phase, as in the residential units, which you've rightly pointed out.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, was there anything, was that from previous? No? Okay. Thank you for that. Is there anything further people want to say in relation to the shoot at Eid site? So I've visited the site, mindful it has, as we sit here now, it's an allocation within the current adopted local development plan as part of the site allocations, DPD. In terms of going forward then, I think just for my note, I think there are a couple of small modifications that I think have arisen from the Sport England statement of common ground, and I think also the reference to the tile shed level crossing within criterion 5 to pick up Network Rail's, I think, representations. We have had the issue before about where things are kind of happening, whether they kind of remain allocations and whether we take out the 120 extra care residential units, given they're now under construction, but might probably not minded to have that as a main modification, to kind of see the policy in the site in its kind of in its completeness as to what's going to happen there. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Just for clarity, the extra care as well, that was on the footprint of the car park in the building, so actually no well, very little fields or open space was removed, so taking the flyover bit out of consideration, and just, you know, wanting to keep it for the people of the area, for the green space and everything. That wouldn't be something I would ask to then be rescinded now at this stage. It would be more building on the rest of the grass that I would rather that stop, so reduce the number maybe, but just for clarity. But thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further points people wish to raise in relation to the Shooter Eid site? No. In which case, to finish off on matter 6, we're looking at issue 2. There are a number of regeneration areas and sites that are put forward in the local plan. Two more people from the council joining us for this bit. Probably be helpful to me, and obviously for the recording again, of just remind me who's joined us at the table for this issue.
Hi, Lucy Routledge, Historic Environment Officer.
Matt Clifford, Senior Planning Policy Officer.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there's a series of regeneration areas and sites that are put forward within the plan. Generally attracted a relatively low level of representation back in 2024. We'll just work through them in order. So the first area, site SP10, which is the Riverside Regeneration Area. I think a large part of this now is consented, under construction. There were concerns, I think, raised by Port of Tyne, given that part of this regeneration site kind of borders their land holdings and the Tyne Dock Enterprise site, site E19, and the relationship there. I mean, obviously, I've been on site. Housing is built closest to that part of the site already. But just in terms of Port of Tyne's concerns, is it Mr. Clifford?
So the proximity issues between housing at SP10 and port and river related employment issues in relation to Tyne Dock Enterprise Park have been addressed through the planning application process. Holborn, Middle Dock and Windmill Hill have full planning permission for 299 dwellings, and development of this site, as you've obviously noted, is already well underway. So phase 1, which is the land south of Laygate Street, and is the development that is closest to the Port of Tyne, is fully implemented, and some dwellings are already occupied, and phases 2 and 3 are already under construction. So this was an issue that was debated through the planning application process, and the determination was made, obviously, to grant consent. You know, the concerns of the Port of Tyne were considered, but it was decided on balance that the benefits of the scheme outweighed those concerns.
Thank you for that. And in terms of the site itself, as has just been referred to, and I've seen myself, it's under construction. In terms of profiling what's likely to be delivered on SP10, it seems to me it's really sort of going to carry on at quite a rate over sort of the next 4 or 5 years, and the sort of the confidence behind that, please.
Yeah, so there's been 96 dwellings built on that site so far, with 203 left to be delivered. That's profiled in the trajectory to kind of continue at around 50 dwellings per hectare between now and 2029/30.
The deliverable supply in the Schlar, I mean, this is probably one of the single largest contributors. So is this one single developer or a couple of developers who's building out the Holborn site?
There's 2 developers on that site.
Thank you. And then in terms of the site itself, obviously there are a number of heritage assets within the wider SP10, and no doubt within its immediate environs. I think Historic England were looking at some further detail within policy SP10. I think the council's has been in sort of further dialogue with Historic England to agree potential changes. I think I raised this under my MIQ 6.25.
Yes, that's correct. We've agreed a number of changes to the text to make it more consistent with the national policy.
The wording kind of more aligns with what's in the so the National Planning Policy Framework,
That's correct.
and then to add in some further detail about some of the listed buildings. Are these are on, so this is in the setting, are these on within the site itself, or?
They're within the setting.
Okay. Thank you. I've got no further questions on site SP10, subject to, obviously there are a couple of modifications to pick up the heritage issues, so I'm adding those to my list going forward. I'm not anticipating to hear from anybody else on SP10, so I'm going to move on to SP11. So this is the South Shields Town Centre College Regeneration site. Again, I think Historic England were looking for further detail within this policy, and I think the council's minded to accept that. Again, is this for kind of consistency with national policy, or?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I mean, to some extent, I mean, is things now moved on? Is this a site that is now under construction for the college? Is work starting on this site?
Yes, there is construction works undertaken in the town centre at the minute on the college site itself.
Is the council of a view that it still wants to retain a policy for this area? I mean, is what's taking place there now going to be, in effect, what policy SP11 we're seeking to do? Is there still?
Yes, I think the policy 11 is in line with what the council's ambitions are for that area. In terms of retaining the policy, I don't think we have any sort of preference either way, so whether it should be retained.
It depends if the client.
Thank you. I mean, things seem to be happening on the site. I just wondered whether in the grant of a college scheme that effectively fulfills the allocation. But if the council's, I think, indicating to me it probably still wants to retain that policy, then it would be subject to the modification with Historic England. But it may be a site that quickly reaches its ambition and is developed accordingly.
What we'll do is check it out and see, because it might be that by the time we get to and through the mods process, it's no longer needed, so we'll see.
And then finally, in terms of the regeneration sites, the council's broadly identified the foreshore improvement area. I think, again, this is a question picking up from Sport England. I think we're sort of questioning what was going to happen to the recreation, the Bents Park recreation fields and the Gypsies Green facility in that area. I think the council's under MIQ 627 has indicated it's probably going to add a bit of detail into some of the supporting text. I mean, I don't know how legitimate the Sport England concerns were in terms of that area, whether there was any ambition or objective to kind of lose or redevelop those kind of green spaces.
No, I don't think there was. I think the Sport England's concerns were raised because it does obviously wash over areas of playing field land, particularly the Gypsies Green area, where there are sports facilities there. There's athletics track and also a playing pitch there as well. So I think the intention behind Sport England's objection was to see clarification in terms of the protection of those assets, notwithstanding the designation itself. I think that's why we have provided the support and text modification, just to say that, you know, obviously yes, the designation washes over those areas, but any sort of development process which affect plain field land will be subject to Policy 37 and the other requirements associated with impact on open space.
And for completeness, if anybody was looking at the policies map, it would show these as open spaces. Or is it more that the primary designation over these is the SP13?
I would have to double check, just to remind myself. Another inset map within the policy in the plan itself does show a washover of the designation, but I'll have to double check to see what is shown on the policies map itself.
Thank you. That's helpful. I have to say it's a very busy policies map in particular locations. It's quite challenging to work out what applies to what, but I don't have any remit to recommend modifications to the policies map, but I'm sure through technology some of these issues can.
It might be possible to have insets where there is clear difficulty in interpretation, so we'll look at that.
I think further people wish to raise in relation to the regeneration sites areas? No. In which case, what I'm going to suggest now, that brings matter 6 to a conclusion. Thank you everybody for your contributions on that. We're now going to pick up a couple of sites that were discussed as part of stage 1, where further work has been done. It's an opportunity for me to discuss that with the council and those who have an interest in those sites. So what I'm suggesting, if you've around the table and you came for matter 6 and you now wish to leave, won't be offended. For those who are now going to join us for matter 7, so there's 2 sites, the GA1 at Hebburn and the GA3 Townend farm sites. Now's an opportunity to come to the table. It's just gone 2:45. I'm going to suggest just a quick 5-minute or so break. So I'd like to be back here at 2:55, and we'll work through and conclude today's hearing session on those 2 sites. So we'll come back in 2:55 and we'll start matter 7 discussion. Thank you. Okay, it's just come to 5 to 3, so welcome back. We're now discussing some items under Matter 7 of the examination, which is effectively a follow-on from Matter 5 from Stage 1, but I'm kind of feeding it in now to housing delivery and numbers. Welcome to those who've just joined the table. Again, recognise some faces from Stage 1. But just to reintroduce myself, my name's David Spencer, Planning Inspector, undertaking the independent examination of the South Tyneside local plan. Can I please ask, if you weren't here for earlier introductions, ensure that mobile phones are switched off and on their silent settings, please. I am advised, hopefully the speaker in the room now works. So that's a good test for the rest of the week that we're going out in stereo. I'm sure for those who obviously attended the earlier sessions, we're going to have a discussion about kind of the various sites. I'll try and bring you in, but if you obviously want to say something particular, append your nameplate and that will bring me in on the particular point. But obviously these are going to be relatively focused discussions. We're going to deal first with site GA1, which is the former South Tyne campus site in Hebburn. Is that Mr. Murphy? Are you joining us for that on behalf of
Yes,
Boway? So are you at Pegasus?
That's correct.
In fact, actually, what I should have done, of course, because of course there'll be people watching this recording, is ask people to introduce themselves for this particular session. So if I invite Mr. Shadowreeve for the council, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Paul Shadowrevian, KC for the council.
Deborah Lamb, Operations Manager of the Spatial Planning Team at South Tyneside Council.
Rachel Cooper, Senior Plan and Policy Officer at South Tyneside Council.
Chris Smith from Lichfields on behalf of Helen's Land. Mark Murphy at Pegasus Group on behalf of Bellway Homes.
Richard Garland, Managing Partner at GFW LLP, representing TJ Jacobson Will Trust for Town and Farm.
Dave Green, representing Save the Felgate Working Greenbelt Group.
Thank you. So if we start with site GA1, which is the Hebburn campus site, obviously discussed this at Stage 1. Sport England, if people recall, were there for that particular session. There are a couple of action points that arose from that, and I've tried to reflect that in my MIQ 733, but we'll just kind of recap from, I think, the Stage 1 discussion is obviously this was a site that was last in use for sports or playing field use, albeit some time ago. And obviously you go to the site now, last time I was there it was being grazed by horses, but there was a discussion nonetheless. Obviously it's a greenbelt alteration site, so there are allied issues around securing kind of compensatory provision or improvements as well around what could be reasonably secured in the vicinity of the site, versus, as well as potentially could be mitigation that could be provided further afield. The council responded and provided me, I think, with information about the Hebburn Riverside location as a potential opportunity, that if presumably financial contributions are secured, that's a location that could be the recipient for kind of investment in improvements at that location. But also I think Pegasus, I think leading for Bellway, but I think also the council were involved in that note as well. On the basis of the plan as submitted, and I appreciate Mr. Murphy, your clients would prefer something else at this location, but if it stays in the plan as shown, whether some sort of form of sports provision could be provided adjacent to the site in the area that would be proposed to be retained as part of the green belt. So I'm fairly clear on kind of the technical work that's been done. I'm not so clear on whether it actually leads to any further modification or whether it's just further evidence, clarification that this is potentially what is feasible at this location. I'm not aware there's been an updated statement of common ground between the parties. It's just been a case of, well, we've gone away, we've looked at the work, we've seen what's feasible on a kind of technical basis. Here it is. And I wonder if perhaps as part of this afternoon's discussion, whether there are potential modifications that arise from that, or whether it's no, this is evidence that shows what could be achieved, but the policy framework to do that is as shown in the submitted plan, and nothing further needs to be modified. Perhaps if I could start with the council, I'm mindful it's your plan. Does the council see as a result of kind of the further work? I'm thinking about my MIQ 733, about whether there are further things that need to be modified or clarified in relation to site GA1.
Yeah, I think the information that's been provided as part of AP10 and AP11 help provide a bit more evidence, like you're saying, in terms of what can be delivered on that area to the south of the site. Modification that has sort of come from this, we have proposed the inclusion of Hebburn Riverside in policy SP23, again sort of identifying that as a site for pitch improvement, so that again gives a little bit more sort of certainty or a little bit more weight about plain pitch mitigations coming forward on that site, as within the broader context of plain provision within South Tyneside. We haven't provided any modifications to GA1 as it stands at the minute. I think our position is that the policy remains as it is.
I think one of the things that Sport England, sorry, do you want to? No, yeah, no, that's conferring is allowed. One of the things, obviously, Sport England, I think, were looking for as part of potential modifications was whether, again, it's coming back to wording instead of in the key considerations for this site, instead of mitigate, replace existing sports playing field provision. I think, again, this is an area I would want views or clarifications on. I think Mr Maguire, when he was here for Sport England, I think fairly recognised that this is a site that's long not been in active sports use. I'll come back to it again. I don't know if the approach that's been taken at site H20 at Perth Green is an indicator of where Sport England might view things, where the use has lapsed. But if Mr Ayrton was here, he'd probably say, is this what, we sit here now, what's the sort of the black and white position of Sport England? I'll have a think about that, the changing of that wording. I'm assuming from Mr Murphy, your client's position is still you would not want to see that wording change from mitigate to replace.
That's correct, sir. So, looking at their own response within the statement of common ground between South Tyneside Council and Sporting, that they've even recognised, so I'll just read this verbatim. Whilst knowing that replacing a playing field with a playing field is not compliant with playing field policy, Sport England and the Council have agreed in principle to explore the potential of bringing disused playing field sites across Hebburn back into use to mitigate for the allocation. So, although they've requested this change about replacement, within their own statement of common ground with the council, they've acknowledged that this is mitigation. So I think it requires careful review because it will have implications of how planning applications are processed by the council when they come to be submitted. And ultimately, it's whether, if there's a conflict at the planning application stage, whether you have to bring in planning balance arguments rather than just being in conformity with the plan at that stage. That would be my only issue that I'd like to raise. But in principle, as long as the development achieves the same thing, then there's no issue.
Okay. As the council's pointed out, obviously it's looking at, or it's suggesting a modification to add the Hebburn Riverside location to policy SP23, so note that as a potential modification. Other sites in the plan, we've just been talking about Shooter Reed. I mean, there is a little bit more kind of detail. I appreciate there's a slightly different relationship. Those playing pitches are directly adjacent to that site. But if this policy remained as mitigate, is there any evidence or sufficient evidence at this stage to kind of add something further, whether it was in the supporting text or the policy itself, as to where the mitigation could be secured, or whether there's a preference that you still want kind of flexibility, and there's just saying there'll be mitigation in accordance with policy 37 and the latest playing field strategy is justified.
I think it would be beneficial to have a degree of flexibility. I think sort of going back to the playing pitch strategy itself, that does sort of identify the clock and also Hebburn Riverside as sort of mitigation options at that point. So I think the fact that the playing pitch strategy reflects that, you know, there's options in terms of how mitigation for the site can be developed, it can help benefit the policy in terms of justifying that flexibility and approach. Like I say, the playing pitches in South Tyneside, we are quite constrained in terms of providing new land, and also there's a lot going on. You may have picked up on that from the playing pitch strategy, that there's new pitches, new provision being identified across the borough. So the interplay of how all those work out obviously would affect what mitigation could be required at the point of plan application, depending on the evidence in front of us at that time.
I mean, one of the things that came out of the additional work, as alluded to earlier, there's obviously been a lot of analysis about what could potentially be accommodated on a wider site. I think that reflected kind of some of the discussion we were having at stage one. Obviously, not all of the land under Mr. Murphy's client's control is allocated. A balance would remain within the green belt, whether there was scope within that area to accommodate something. I don't know if you were here at the stage one discussions, Mr. Murphy, but your previous colleague, or Mr. Martin, who was here, I mean, there's kind of, I think, an identification. Obviously, is it St. Joseph's Academy? Yeah. Is relatively close, so you start to kind of build up. Well, that's not a million miles away. There's an area here that could be largely retained in open use, but for kind of sports provision, and whether, as a result of the additional technical work that's been undertaken, whether that's either a modification to the plan to amend the site boundary, but with kind of detail that that particular area is to remain open and to be provided for sports pitch provision, or the site allocation remains as it is, but there's something within GA1 that says that sports provision potentially could be accommodated to the west of the site.
So, in respect to Bellway's aspirations, I think their intention is always, well, they've undertaken discussions with the college as to how replacement sports pitches might be managed, might be accommodated within the site. We're aware that they would like to construct a 3G pitch within their premises. So whether Bellway make a contribution to Hebburn Riverside or make a contribution to the provision of this this additional 5G, 3G pitch facility, their preference would be to have it directly related to the site itself. The form of mitigation that is incorporated within the development, they'd like that to be related directly to what is taking place. So their preference would be to make a contribution towards St Joseph Academy's playing pitch, 3G pitch. However, that's not to suggest that we're against provision being made towards Hebburn Riverside. It just depends on how discussions take place with the Academy and the relationship that happens between when we come to submit a planning application and what state the local plan is at.
So could I interpret Bellway's position? I mean, the council saying to me this afternoon, you know, it's got a policy in terms of what it set out for key considerations for GA1. They're reasonably flexible. You know, Bellway of a similar view, depending on whether it went to St Joseph's or to Hebburn Riverside, that's the kind of the preferred approach to mitigate rather than...
It's a preference rather than an in principle, we would like contributions to be made towards St Joseph's. We're happy for it to be flexible.
Okay. Right. So the policy could largely stay as is. I'm just wondering now whether all the technical work on whether a sports pitch to the west is a bit of a cul-de-sac. It might not happen unless I ultimately conclude along sort of Bellway's original lines that the allocation should be widened. I know the council at the stage one view is obviously not articulating that. I mean, in terms of that area to the west, I mean, presumably, I mean, this is a Greenbelt alteration. It's going to have national policy and certainly policy SP7, under which this seeks compensatory improvements to the Greenbelt. The council's got views and approach on that. So presumably, this area immediately to the west, if it stays within the Greenbelt, would be a candidate location for compensatory improvements, and whether the policy needs to say anything about that. Mr. Murphy.
So I was just going to ask a question. So when you're referring to the area located to the west,
so this, so you can recall these, and this is one of the issues that arose at stage one. So the land in question, if you look at the totality of the land parcel, goes all the way across to, is it Wardley Lane? But effectively it's straightening off one edge, and then you're left with a kind of a residue area between what would be the edge of the proposed allocation and Wardley Lane, which is...
So yes, sorry, I misinterpreted that. So the areas to the southwest, that potential area that's not included within the allocation. So where within that area, we're proposing to include 11 by 11 football pitch within that area.
Okay.
In addition to the contribution to either Hebburn Riverside or St Joseph's Academy.
I see. Okay. So right. Apologies. Maybe I should have said southwest. But so I think I'm now thinking: was it such a cul-de-sac, or whether there needs to be something? Whether there should be something in the plan about, as well as potentially mitigation off-site. At potentially various locations, there's also scope to do something immediately adjacent to the site, albeit it may be within the Greenbelt, and whether there should be something within the policy. Key considerations for site GA1.
I think I've just had a brief word, and I think the policy can be enhanced to incorporate some further guidance or criteria to that effect. So we'll put our minds to it. I'm not going to volunteer any immediate drafting as I did this morning, but I'll put my mind to it with the team and come back to you. And of course, the promoters.
Thank you. I mean, I think what I'm taking away from this discussion is there needs to potentially be some flexibility about where off-site mitigation, I'll call it wider off-site mitigation, is secured. It could be at St Joseph's, it could be at Hebden Riverside, and perhaps for reasons at the moment people don't want to
It might
nail.
be best dealt with in the supporting text.
But there is scope at this particular location. Sounds like a happy man. There's scope at this location, given the evidence, given the concerns I'd heard from Sport England. They've come to a view that the green belt remains as is. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be an incompatible option to look at some sports pitch provision.
That's accepted.
Adjacent, and we could include something, not now on the hoof, but something along those lines within GA4. Great, thank you. I think those were the only residual issues in relation to site GA1. I appreciate, Mr. Murphy, from your client's perspective, in terms of wider plan soundness, there were obviously original representations and original view that the whole site should come out from the green belt and potentially accommodate something else. In terms of, just to clarify whilst we're here before we get on to sort of housing trajectory discussions on Thursday, so potentially there looks like there'll be some modifications to this policy, which obviously will go out to consultation in due course. In terms of first delivery or completions on this site, this is one of the sites that's potentially can deliver within the first 5 years?
That's correct, sir. So probably quite a unique situation for some of the allocations within the emerging plan, but it's in freehold ownership by Bellway. The intention is to submit a planning application as soon as we can. And already we're agreeing mechanisms by which offsite contributions could be delivered. So in terms of delivery, I don't see any impediments to that taking place within the identified timeframes.
Thank you. Okay, I've got nothing further I want to say on site GA1. Is there anything further from you, Mr. Murphy, that's been helpful this afternoon?
Nothing from me, sir.
Okay, thank you. If I may, to site GA3, Town End Farm. I'm hoping, Mr. Murphy, you're not strategically positioned. And
a rose between two thorns.
I was hoping if I'd read a statement of common ground correctly, that things are in hopefully a positive position. So moving on to site GA3, Town End Farm. Again, this is a site that was subject to some further work since the stage 1 hearings. Obviously, in receipt of a response to the action points that I'd raised, excuse me, and a revised statement of common ground. And I appreciate that's also supplemented by a statement of common ground with Sunderland City Council in terms of additional or clarification on the access arrangements. If I invite the council first and then others can come in to perhaps just confirm and clarify with myself what the outcome of that is. It appears to be there'll be a separate, or put to me, a modification for a separate strategic policy for Town End Farm, which will set out its own criteria for this site and how it could come forward. So if I turn to the council first, and I'll come to Helen's Land and then to Mr. Garland.
Yes, so that's correct. So following the stage 1's discussions, and there was talk at that time about taking the site out of SP7 and creating its own standalone policy with the requirements for a master plan, and that's what has been produced since the stage 1 hearings themselves, and that is set out within our action point response to 16 and 17, and also alongside a statement of common ground, like you say, with the landowners as well. The draft policy is set out in Appendix 1 of the Statement of Common Ground, and that sort of addresses most of the issues which were sort of discussed at stage 1, and also the points regarding Bolden Downhill and area of landscape as well.
And as I read the appendix to the Statement of Common Ground, so the main modification would comprise, so there'd be a new policy, a new strategic policy, for what I think is the second largest greenbelt alteration in the plan. There'll then be alongside it an inset plan that would kind of show some of the key kind of considerations, albeit very high level, i.e. how the site can be accessed, broadly where kind of areas are to be retained as open, and then the way I'm seeing it from sort of there on in is what would be sort of the revised supporting text that would sit alongside that policy. Yeah. Good. So I mean that could all be presented as one composite main modification for people to comment on. In terms of the modification and what's been agreed, bearing in mind I think that the issues were not necessarily, if I put it in these terms, one of the kind of principle or the suitability of the location for development, more the mechanics of how it could come forward and be deliverable. How do the parties think they've found a way forward in relation to that? If I start with Mr. Smith first and then Mr. Garland, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. There's nothing much further to add from what the council reported. I think it feels like quite a while ago now. The parties have cooperated following the sessions during the summer. I think, as you will recall, sir, I think how things were left was we felt that the site, whilst part of SB7, just because of the size and the potential for it to come forward via more than one planning application, it was felt that perhaps there could be a bit more detail to the policy, and that's something that we've gone away, worked up. You'll recall the discussions around the preparation of a master plan as well. I'm sure Mr. Garland will come on and add some more points in relation to just about giving a bit more of an idea of where things like access can come from too. So all in all, I think all parties are content with the way forward.
And from Helen's Lamb perspective, in terms of that contentment, in terms of obviously policy, so the first criteria of the policy is looking for a kind of a master plan that's going to help shape and kind of coordinate developments on this site. Signed up to Statement of Common Ground to that effect, so there's no, in terms of thinking about deliverability, yeah, that's an understood.
Yes, full understanding of what the requirements of that policy expectation is, that the key parties will work together over the preparation of that master plan, which will then accompany that initial planning application.
Thank you. And then to Mr. Garland, obviously I recall quite clearly from stage 1 your concerns on behalf of your client, so have they, presumably through the signing of this Statement of Common Ground, have been remedied?
Yes, I'm pleased to say we're far more comfortable with the revised drafting. It addresses the collaboration point and the accessibility points that were our main concerns last time, so I'm grateful to everyone for their time and working on the revised revision. We're entirely happy with this now.
Okay. And in terms of those access arrangements, so this is a particular interest or concern to you would be the access from Boston Street in Sunderland?
Yes, it's the connectivity back into town and from particularly from Boston Street, yes.
I'm fairly clear from reading the Statement of Common Ground with Sunderland that they raised no sort of in principle issues with that access point. I've had an opportunity to look at it myself in terms of, I appreciate it's a high level plan in terms of where it could come out. So appreciate that Statement of Common Ground has been secured, obviously given it's a kind of quite literally a cross boundary issue. In terms of the policy itself and the Statement of Common Ground, largely it all reads quite harmoniously until I get to paragraph 4.9 of the Statement of Common Ground, where the parties are still generally in agreement, but I think the the trustees understand that the council intend to demonstrate to the inspector through the next round of the EIP, which is where we are, that the contributions sought through the policy, I think this is really in relation to compensatory, greenbelt compensatory provision, will meet the necessary tests. I mean, from a starting point, obviously national planning policy looks for compensatory provision within the remaining green belt. So can I perhaps understand from the site promoters' concern, I don't know who's principally behind this, whether you both share this view about whether the requirements of the policy are going to meet the necessary kind of lawful tests.
So I think the background to this, and I think it's fair to say that both sides have asked the council a question, just in relation, and you're right, so it is in relation to compensatory improvements. I think obviously in some ways sometimes it's done on site. I think in this context, I think the expectation is that there's off-site schemes that have been identified, and it'll be contributions towards those. So I think it has just been the simple question of the idea of the kind of amounts that we're talking about at this stage. But I think, you know, the feedback we've had is that'll be further where that's fed back and then comes through the planning application process. I'll probably will pass over to Mr. Garling, because I think the reference in para 4.9 does reference the trustees, which is an abbreviation of the Jacobson Trust.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yeah, I think that's entirely correct. From our point of view, it was just checking with unquantified mitigation that's going to actually satisfy the appropriate tests. We have accepted that the amount isn't known at the present time. I expect it will have to be assessed at such point in time a planning application comes forward, which I think is how it's drafted. So I think we're comfortable in principle. It's obviously just making sure that satisfies the basic tests.
Well, there are 3 basic tests.
The SIL regulations set those out, and when it comes to negotiating Section 106 contributions, the amount sought will be governed by that criteria. So it's something which can't be determined now. It has to be determined at that stage.
But in principle, and this will apply to other sites, and I appreciate the council has done a further action note in relation to compensatory improvements. I've got various statements of common ground, particularly related with the church commissioners. For Felgate, it was clearer through the policy for that site, but for this site, I mean, obviously various things will be potentially provided on site in terms of keeping areas open. But it's still the council's view, and in fairness, this was how policy SP7 was originally drafted, that compensatory improvements would be secured from all of the sites that were originally within SP7. So just so perhaps I can understand, it's not a case of when I look at the inset plan for the site and I sort of see, you know, various areas being left or to be retained open. I appreciate that's probably for other reasons in terms of the setting of the Bolden Hills, but it's still the council's view in light of your greenbelt evidence and other things that you're going to need further off-site compensatory improvements at this stage until...
Absolutely. Thank you. One could easily just include the word where necessary. That's one of the tests. So if there is on-site provision, then that can be counted in, as it were.
So we could add where necessary to criterion 5.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
I think if we move forward on that basis, put it out for consultation, and I'll take a view on what comes back.
There is one other slight change which we have discussed today with the promoters, and it's something which we reviewed as a team after I had another look at it, and we're of the view that, and it's agreed that paragraph 3 of the policy ought to be refined a little. So at the moment it's drafted as all development proposals shall accord with the master plan as approved, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Well, whether or not they do is a matter of law at the time. So rather than that formulation, it was acknowledged that what the promoters wanted here is to embed in the policy the notion that the master plan as originally approved is not set in stone. So if circumstances change and the local planning authority agrees an alteration to that, then of course it follows that any subsequent reserved matters approval or subsequent applications made under its umbrella will accord with the master plan as subsequently varied and approved. So all we've done is simply to engage that flexibility in the policy, simply reworded to say all development proposals shall accord with the master plan as approved, or such variations thereto as may subsequently be approved by the council. So that won't affect any pre-approved details which may have been built out, and it adds that degree of flexibility.
Perhaps look to Mr. Smith and Mr. Garland.
Yes, so that's accurate reflection. Discussions have taken place before the session today. We've seen and had sight of that wording and confirmed that we're content with that.
As have we.
Thank you. And in terms of the deliverability, developability of this site, I think after the stage 1 hearings, issued a post-hearings finding. I think this was one of 2 sites where I felt, in terms of the trajectory, to take a more sort of cautious view, move things back by about a year, just to kind of give things time in terms of master plan, first applications, etc. I think that is now reflected in the statement of common ground. I mean, obviously, if things happen differently, things can come forward more quickly, all well and good, but I think for the purposes of the trajectory and sort of best profiling how this site could come forward, I think that is largely agreed between the parties. I mean, the site would still be fully delivered within the plan period on that basis. There's still kind of time to do that. Yeah, about 40 houses a year. Okay, are there any further points people wish to bring to my attention for site GA3? No, that's definitely a main modification in terms of a new policy SP7. So with the further revisions that we've kind of discussed, and I'll confirm that. I think there's nothing further I was going to raise. I'm sort of sitting here looking at Mr. Green and thinking, have I missed something?
We've got questions later on in the week. We're just keeping them for then, but thanks.
Okay, because obviously we're obviously coming, there's various sessions. We've got return to Fellgate on Thursday morning.
He is, yeah, and we've also picked up a lot about the biodiversity, the mitigation for that. So yeah, we've got it all written down. Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think that brings to a conclusion what I was going to discuss today. So we're finishing slightly earlier. People will be pleased to hear. So we're back in this room. I think it's a 9:30 start tomorrow morning. I think we've got housing policies for the morning. And then in the afternoon, we've got various policies around climate change, flood risk, water, wastewater. Yep, so a full day tomorrow. I think we've got people coming to watch us, so that'll be fun as well. Okay, so adjourn for today, and I'll see some of you again tomorrow morning, 9:30. Thank you.